when a man walked into one of the fanciest restaurants in West Hollywood on a warm Thursday night in October 2023. Nobody paid much attention to him. He was wearing dark jeans, a plain gray t-shirt, old boots with a crack running along the left heel. He had ridden his motorcycle through the city after spending the entire day sitting beside sick children in a hospital, reading to them, listening to them, making them laugh, without a single camera following him, without a single photographer waiting outside, without anyone knowing he was there at all. He was tired. He was hungry. And his friend Marcus, a retired school janitor from Koreatown, had told him that this restaurant made the best pasta he had ever eaten in his entire life. So he walked in through the glass door, looked at the warm amber light inside, and thought about how good it was going to be to finally sit down and eat. He never made it to a table. The owner appeared within seconds. He looked at the man's jeans. He looked at his boots. And then, loud enough for every single person in that waiting area to hear, he told him that this was not that kind of restaurant, that there were standards to maintain, that perhaps the diner on the corner would be more suitable. The man in the jeans nodded once, said thank you, and walked back out into the night. No argument, no anger, no scene, just a quiet nod, a thank you, and a door closing softly behind him. The owner smoothed his pocket square and went back to his dining room, satisfied. The night continued. The candles kept burning. The white tablecloth stayed white. Everything was exactly as he intended it to be. He had absolutely no idea what he had just done. He had no idea that the man he had just sent away had more money than he could spend in 10 lifetimes. He had no idea that the man had spent the morning giving away his own time to children fighting cancer, not for cameras, not for publicity, just because he believed it was the right thing to do. He had no idea that within 72 hours, the man would make a single phone call that would begin a chain of events the restaurant owner could never reverse. And he had no idea that in the kitchen, right behind the swinging door, just a few feet away from where this whole humiliating scene had played out, there was a woman who had heard everything. A chef who had spent 27 years cooking in other people's kitchens. A woman who had a dream she had been carrying for 11 years, written in a notebook she kept in her bedside drawer, too afraid to say the name out loud. A woman whose daughter had been standing in that waiting area, watching the whole thing happen, and who would later say something to her mother on a sidewalk that would change the direction of both their lives completely. 3 months after that quiet Thursday evening, the restaurant owner got a letter. The letter told him his rent was going up 40%. It told him the clause in his lease that protected him from competition was being removed. And it told him that the large corner space 3 doors down, the best commercial space on the entire block, the one with the windows that turned gold in the morning light, had been leased to a new restaurant. A restaurant with no dress code. A restaurant with a table that was always open, always set, requiring no reservation, no particular outfit, no proof that you belonged there. A restaurant whose walls said, in hand-painted ivory letters, "Come in, you're just in time." When the owner finally found out who had bought his building, who had bought the entire block, he sat in his office and did not move for a very long time. Because the person who now owned the street he had built his life on was the man in the jeans. The man he had sent to the diner on the corner. The man who had nodded once, said thank you, and walked out into the warm October night without a single word of anger. But here is the thing. Here is the part of this story that most people do not know. The restaurant on the corner, the one with the golden morning light, and the walk-in table, and the words on the wall, was not just an act of correction. It was not just a wealthy man making a point to someone who had embarrassed him. It was something much bigger than that. It was the result of a chain of people and moments and decisions and coincidences so specific and so unlikely that if you tried to plan it, you could not. A retired janitor who described a bowl of pasta. A daughter who drove 400 miles to have dinner with her mother. A woman who kept a dream in a notebook for 11 years because she was too afraid to say the name out loud. A child in a hospital room who wanted to know what it felt like to go fast. And a man in dark jeans who walked out of a closed door and, quietly, patiently, without anger, built a better one. And the most important part of the whole story? The part that changes everything you think you know about how this ended? It has nothing to do with the restaurant owner. It has nothing to do with the money or the block or the 40% rent increase. It has everything to do with a woman named Delia Marsh, a notebook 11 years old, a grandmother named Ruth, and a daughter who was standing in that waiting area on October 12, 2023, watching the whole thing happen, and who recognized the man in the jeans immediately. She recognized him. She said nothing. And what she did with that knowledge, over the months that followed, in a series of quiet and deliberate decisions that nobody saw coming, is the real reason this story matters. Watch the whole video, because what happens next is not what you think, and the ending will stay with you long after the screen goes dark. The sun had been down for 2 hours by the time Keanu Reeves parked his motorcycle on Melrose Avenue. He did it the way he did everything, quietly, without making a production of it. He pulled the 1973 Norton Commando to the curb, cut the engine, and sat for a moment in the sudden silence. The street hummed with the kind of energy that West Hollywood saves for Thursday nights. Restaurants glowing from the inside, valets in black jackets moving between cars, the distant bass line of music coming from somewhere up the block. He pulled off his helmet. His hair was a little flat from the ride. He ran one hand through it, looked up at the amber glow of the restaurant sign above him, and felt, more than anything else, the specific and honest hunger of a man who had not eaten since morning. He had earned this dinner, not because of who he was, not because of any movie or any paycheck. He had earned it the old-fashioned way, with a long, difficult, beautiful day that had started before sunrise and left him feeling the kind of tired that sits in your chest rather than your legs. Let us tell you about that day. Keanu had arrived at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center at 6:45 a.m. Cedars-Sinai is one of the most respected hospitals in the United States. It sits on Beverly Boulevard in Los Angeles, a large complex of buildings that from the outside looks like any other big city medical center. Glass and concrete, and the particular institutional calm of a place where very serious things happen quietly. Inside the pediatric oncology ward, on the 4th floor, the walls were painted with murals of forests and oceans and cartoon animals, an attempt to make a very hard place feel less hard for the small people who had to be there. Keanu had been coming here, on and off, for years. Not every week, not on any set schedule. He came when he could, and he came without calling ahead for publicity, and he came dressed exactly like he was dressed now, like a regular person, because that was what he wanted to be when he walked through those doors. There was no camera crew. There was no publicist standing to the side. There was no social media post planned for afterward. There was just a man who had more money than he could spend in 3 lifetimes, and who had decided the best thing he could do with a Thursday was sit with children who were fighting something very hard and make them feel less alone for a little while. The nurse who let him in that morning was named Carol. She had been working pediatric oncology for 16 years, which meant she had developed the particular kind of warmth that comes not from ignoring pain, but from walking straight through the middle of it every single day, without looking away. She recognized Keanu the moment he came through the door. She did not make a fuss. She simply handed him a visitor badge and said, "Room 412 asked about you last week." "Danny?" Keanu said. "He said you promised to tell him more about motorcycles." Keanu smiled. "I did promise that. Room 412 belonged to a 7-year-old boy named Danny Osei. Danny had been at Cedars-Sinai for 11 weeks, which is a very long time to be anywhere when you are 7. He had a stuffed elephant named Gerald who sat in the corner of his bed, a collection of Hot Wheels cars lined up on the windowsill by color, and an absolute, consuming, all-weather obsession with motorcycles that had started when his father took him to a race at Willow Springs Raceway in the California desert the previous spring. He was small for his age, and the illness had made him smaller still, but his eyes were enormous and dark and completely awake. The eyes of a child who is paying close attention to everything around him and storing all of it away for later. When Keanu walked through the door of room 42, Danny looked up from his Hot Wheels and said, without any greeting whatsoever, "What does it feel like when you go really fast?" Keanu pulled the chair close to the bed and sat down. "You want the real answer?" he said. "Not the safe answer?" Danny nodded seriously. "It feels like the whole world stops being complicated," Keanu said. "All the things you're worried about, all the noise in your head, it goes quiet. Because when you're going fast enough, the only thing in the whole universe that matters is the road right in front of you." Danny considered this with the gravity of a small philosopher. "Does it hurt?" he said. "When you crash?" "Yes," Keanu said. "It does." "Have you crashed?" "More than once." "What do you do after?" "You get back on," Keanu said simply. "You check the bike, you make sure nothing's broken that can't be ridden, and you get back on." Danny looked at him for a long moment. "My dad says that's what I'm doing," Danny said quietly. "Getting back on." Keanu did not look away. He did not change the subject or rush past the heaviness of what had just been said. He sat with it, the way you sit with something that matters. "Your dad's right," he said. They talked for 45 minutes. Keanu described the lean of a motorcycle through a curve, how you don't steer a bike, you guide it, like a conversation rather than a command. He described the smell of a warm engine, the specific sound a Norton Commando makes when it is running perfectly, the way the California desert looks at 70 miles per hour when the sun is low and everything turns gold. Danny's eyes grew heavier as the story went on. He fought sleep, the way all children fight sleep, stubbornly, then suddenly not at all. He was gone mid-sentence, one hand still curled loosely around Gerald the elephant. A small smile settled on his face like a period at the end of a good sentence. Keanu sat for another minute without moving. Then he stood, very quietly, set the chair back in its place, and walked out. He spent the rest of the morning moving through the ward. Some rooms he was invited into. Some he simply passed, catching eyes with parents sitting in the chairs beside their children's beds. The particular look of people who have been awake for days, who have rearranged their entire lives around a single, terrifying emergency, and are now living inside the long, exhausting middle of it. To those parents, he offered the simplest thing he had. He nodded. He met their eyes. He did not say everything will be okay, because he did not know if it would be. And empty comfort from a stranger is its own small cruelty. He said, when he said anything, "You're doing something extraordinary just by being here." He meant it. He left the hospital at 1:15 p.m. He rode to a hardware store in Silver Lake because he needed a specific bolt for a repair he was doing on a second motorcycle he kept in his garage, a project he worked on in the evenings when he needed something concrete and physical to do with his hands. He found the bolt. He chatted for 10 minutes with the man behind the counter about carburetor issues. He paid cash. He rode back toward West Hollywood in the late afternoon light. The city spread out beneath the hills in every direction, golden and crowded, and completely indifferent to who was moving through it. By 7 p.m., he was hungry, in the way you are hungry when you have been using your heart all day. He had heard about the restaurant on Melrose from Marcus Webb. Marcus was not a famous person. He was 63 years old and had spent 31 years as a school janitor at an elementary school in Koreatown. He was quiet, careful with his words, and had the habit of paying very close attention to whatever was directly in front of him, a quality that Keanu had always found rare and valuable. They had met 2 years earlier on a rainy evening when Keanu's Norton had broken down on Olympic Boulevard and Marcus, walking home from his shift, had helped him push it out of the rain and under the awning of a closed laundromat. They had talked for 40 minutes while they waited for the weather to ease. They had exchanged numbers. They had met for coffee 4 times since. Marcus had described the linguine at this restaurant the way people describe something they are still a little amazed to have experienced. He had gone for his wedding anniversary 4 years ago. He had talked about it since, as the kind of meal that does not happen often in a life. The kind that makes you feel, just for a couple of hours, like the world is a more thoughtful and generous place than it usually seems. "You have to go," Marcus had told Keanu. "You'll think about it for days." Keanu wanted to think about something beautiful for days. He pulled off his helmet on Melrose Avenue, smoothed his hair, and looked down at himself. Dark jeans, plain gray t-shirt. His favorite boots, the ones he had owned for so long the left heel had a hairline crack running along the inner edge. The boots were honest, worn by actual use, not by fashion, which meant they told the truth about the person wearing them. He did not think about how he was dressed. He thought about linguine. He walked toward the amber glow of the restaurant. The sign above the door read Vesper, in clean, understated gold letters. Through the glass he could see the warm interior. Dark wood, candlelight, white tablecloths, the specific atmosphere of a place that has decided its own importance and arranged the furniture accordingly. He pushed open the door. The hostess, a young woman in her mid-20s named Priya, looked up from her reservation book. She had dark hair pulled back precisely, and the professional warmth of someone very good at her job. She opened her mouth to say something welcoming. She did not get the chance. A man materialized from the right side of the waiting area like he had been watching the door. Navy blazer, pocket square, 43 years old, tanned in the specific way of someone who spent weekends somewhere with a pool. He looked at Keanu the way certain people look at a thing that has appeared in the wrong place. His name was Roland Fitch. He was the owner. Roland did not lower his voice. He did not lean in. He spoke at full, clear, public volume, and every person in the waiting area heard every word. "Sir," Roland said, "I'm sorry, but we have a dress standard. Collared shirts are required. No denim." Keanu looked at him. No anger, no recognition of offense. Just the quiet steadiness of a man who has learned, through years of actual loss, to measure carefully what is worth his reaction. "Is there any way I could?" he began. "I'm afraid not," Roland said, and his tone made the words feel final, in a way that went beyond policy. There was something extra in it, a judgment that had nothing to do with fabric and everything to do with the way Roland Fitch had been taught to sort people. "You're welcome to try the diner on the corner." He said the word diner with a very specific inflection. Not hostile exactly, something quieter and more cutting than hostility. The waiting area was silent. Priya was looking at the floor. 2 women near the window were looking at their menus, with the careful attention of people pretending not to watch. Keanu Reeves nodded once. A small, clean nod, the kind that does not concede anything, but chooses not to spend energy on the wrong battle. "Thank you," he said. He turned around. He walked back through the glass door. He let it close softly behind him. On the sidewalk, the night air was warm. The city moved around him. Cars, voices, the distant sound of music. A completely ordinary Thursday in West Hollywood. He stood for a moment. Then he put his helmet back on, swung his leg over the Norton Commando, and started the engine. It caught on the first try, the way it always did when it was running well, a low and honest sound that Keanu had always found comforting. He rode west. He did not look back at the gold letters above the door. He was thinking about Marcus. He was thinking about Danny Osei in room 412, asleep with one hand around a stuffed elephant, a small smile on his face. He was thinking that some days hand you indignities that do not deserve the weight of your attention. He was also, underneath all of it, in the specific and unhurried way of a man who has learned that the right response to a closed door is simply to find a different one, already beginning to think. Inside Vesper, Roland Fitch smoothed his pocket square and turned back toward his dining room. In the kitchen, behind the swinging door, a woman named Delia Marsh was plating linguine she had been working on since 2 o'clock that afternoon. She did not know yet that her life was about to change. She did not know that the man who had just walked out of this restaurant was already, in the quietest and most deliberate way possible, about to buy the entire street. In the kitchen, behind the swinging door, a woman named Delia Marsh was plating linguine she had been working on since 2 o'clock that afternoon. She did not know yet that her life was about to change. She did not know that the man who had just walked out of this restaurant was already, in the quietest and most deliberate way possible, about to buy the entire street. What she knew, in this exact moment, was the pasta. The linguine at Vesper was not a simple thing. It was never meant to be. Delia had spent 3 weeks after joining the restaurant reworking the original recipe that Roland had brought from a consultant chef he had hired during the opening. The original was fine, competent, the kind of pasta that received compliments without causing anyone to close their eyes. Delia could not serve food that did not make people close their eyes. She had rebuilt the dish from the bottom up. The clam broth was reduced for 3 hours on low heat, not 2, not 2.5, but 3, which was the difference between a broth that tasted like the ocean and one that merely reminded you the ocean existed. The pasta itself was fresh, made every morning by hand, cut to a width that Delia had determined through pure repetition was exactly right for holding the sauce without drowning in it. There were fresh herbs, flat-leaf parsley, a whisper of tarragon, that came from the small garden she kept in terracotta pots on the balcony of her apartment in Silver Lake. She grew them herself, because she had learned from her grandmother Ruth that the space between a plant and the ground it grew in was not nothing. That space held intention, and intention, Ruth had always believed, moved from the cook's hands into the food and then into the person eating it, invisibly, undeniably, the way love moves through a family, without anyone being able to say exactly where it travels. Delia believed this too, though she would have been embarrassed to say it out loud in a professional kitchen. She picked up the tongs with her right hand and laid the pasta in a gentle, deliberate nest at the center of the wide white bowl. She spooned the broth, dark gold, almost amber, around the base of the nest. She placed 3 clams at precise intervals, each open just enough, each shell catching the light like a small cupped hand. She tore the parsley rather than cutting it, because tearing releases the oil more honestly, and honest release was the whole point. She looked at the plate for exactly 2 seconds. Then she called it and slid it toward the pass. The kitchen at Vesper was organized the way Delia organized every kitchen she had ever run, with the logic of someone who had spent decades learning that chaos produces inconsistency, and inconsistency is just another word for disrespect toward the people eating your food. Her station was the center of gravity. Everything moved in relation to it. To her left was Theo Baskin, 22 years old, her line cook, a lanky young man from Riverside who had arrived at Vesper 8 months ago with a culinary school certificate, extraordinary knife skills, and the particular dangerous quality of someone who was talented enough to be lazy, but smart enough, just barely, not to be. Delia had spent those 8 months pressing him hard, harder than she pressed anyone else, because she could see what he was capable of, and she refused to let him waste it. He had started to rise to it in the last 2 months. To her right was Mariana Santos, 31, her sous chef, a compact and serious woman from East Los Angeles, who communicated in the kitchen almost entirely through precise, efficient gestures, and who could run an entire service section with the focused calm of an air traffic controller. Mariana had worked with Delia for 4 years, following her from a restaurant in Silver Lake, where they had both worked previously. She was the best second Delia had ever had. She was also, quietly, in the early stages of building her own ambitions. Delia could see it in the way Mariana watched the business side of things now, the food costs, and the supplier negotiations, and the reservation patterns, with an attention that went beyond her current role. Delia recognized the look. She had worn it herself for years. At the dish station, half hidden behind the industrial rack of clean plates, was Crispin Ayala. Crispin was 56, originally from Oaxaca, and had been washing dishes in Los Angeles restaurants for 23 years. He was not a big man, but he had the particular physical efficiency of someone who had performed the same motions thousands of times, and had long since stripped them down to their essential minimum. He rarely spoke during service. He sang softly to himself in Spanish when things were going well, old songs, the kind with very simple melodies and words about rivers and distance and the people you missed. When Crispin was singing, Delia knew the kitchen was in a good rhythm. He was singing tonight. That was good. The order that had required the 2 o'clock start was for Table 7. Table 7 was a reservation Delia had placed herself, 3 weeks earlier, under her own name. D. Marsh, personal guest, 7:30 p.m., 2 covers. She had not told Roland it was her table. She had not told anyone. Exactly, though Mariana suspected something and had said nothing because Mariana understood the value of silence, the way only very perceptive people do. The guest at Table 7 was Delia's daughter. Her name was Simone Marsh. She was 24 years old, and she was driving down from Oakland, where she worked as a social worker for a non-profit organization that served families in the foster care system. She had been doing this work for 2 years and was, by every account from people who knew her professionally, exceptionally good at it. The kind of good that costs something, that requires you to feel things that most people protect themselves from feeling. Simone had her mother's eyes, dark and watchful, and capable of enormous warmth, but watchful first. She did not have her mother's relationship with food. She ate to live, efficiently, without particular ceremony. This was partly temperament and partly, Delia suspected, a quiet form of protest, a refusal to share the passion that had taken her mother away from her most of her childhood. Delia had spent Simone's growing-up years inside kitchens. Not because she did not love her daughter. She loved Simone with the specific ferocity of a woman who had chosen to become a mother, young and alone, and had decided, having made that choice, to make it fully and without apology. She had been 27 when Simone was born. Simone's father, a kind and ultimately incompatible man named Jerome, had remained in Oakland and raised Simone through her school years, while Delia chased her career south. The phone calls had been regular. The visits had been real, if not frequent enough. The money Delia sent every month had been consistent, because she had understood early that consistency in money, when you cannot always be consistent in presence, is the least you can offer. But it was not the same as being there. Delia knew this. She had known it for years in the abstract, the way we know truths about ourselves that we cannot yet fully afford to face. And then, sometime in the last 12 months, the abstract had become concrete. Simone had turned 24. She was an adult, building a whole, complex life. And Delia had looked at the distance between them. Not the 400 miles of California highway, but the other distance. The one made of years and missed moments and love that had never quite found the right language, and understood that if she did not do something real about it soon, the distance would simply become the permanent geography of their relationship. This dinner was the something real. She had not told Simone it was special. She had simply called and said she wanted to see her, and could she come down for dinner, and Simone had said yes in the slightly careful way she said yes to things involving her mother. Warm, but with a layer of protection underneath, the kind you develop when you have been disappointed not by cruelty, but by the ordinary human failure of someone who loved you but loved other things too. Delia had spent the afternoon making the meal she would make, if she could only make one more meal, for one person she needed to reach. She started with the broth at 2 o'clock. At 7:43 p.m., Theo came back through the door from his cigarette break. Delia noticed the look on his face before he said anything. Theo had a face that was almost entirely transparent. Whatever was happening inside him happened immediately on the surface, which was one of the reasons she rode him hard and one of the reasons she trusted him. You always knew where you stood with a face like that. He had the look of someone who had seen something strange and was deciding how to handle it. He stood at his station for approximately 30 seconds, picked up his tongs, set them back down and said, without looking at her, "Chef, did you know Roland just turned someone away at the door?" Delia continued plating. "People get turned away. Dress code." "Yeah," Theo said. "It was Keanu Reeves." Delia's hands stopped, not dramatically, not the way hands stop in movies, with a crash or a clatter. They simply paused, the tongs held an inch above the pasta, suspended in the particular stillness of a person who has just heard something that requires a full reset of their understanding of the last several minutes. She set the tongs down. "He what?" she said. "Told him the diner on the corner might suit him better." Theo paused. He said it loud. The whole waiting area heard. Delia stood very still. The kitchen moved around her. The soft percussion of pans, Crispin's quiet song, the hiss of something reducing on the back burner. All of it continuing in its rhythm, while she stood in the center of it and felt something shift in her chest. She did not ask Theo if he was sure. She could tell from his face that he was sure. She pushed through the swinging door. The dining room was composed, golden lit, and entirely untroubled. Tables of 2 and 4 moved through their courses with the ease of people who were not thinking about anything outside the room. The bar was full. The ambient music, something classical, played low enough to be felt rather than heard, moved beneath the conversation. Roland Fitch was standing near the bar. He was laughing at something a regular customer, a man named Jeffrey who came in every other Thursday, had just said. Roland laughed easily and well. It was one of his better qualities. His hand was on Jeffrey's shoulder, and his pocket square was perfect, and he was, to all appearances, exactly where he belonged. Delia looked at him for a moment. The waiting area was calm, no sign of disturbance. No one was talking about what had happened, at least not openly, though she could see from the arrangement of eyes at the table near the window. 2 women who had been in the waiting area when Theo said it happened. The particular sideways attention of people who had witnessed something and were processing it quietly with each other. She looked at Priya, the hostess, who was standing at her podium with the careful posture of someone maintaining professionalism through an act of deliberate will. Priya met her eyes for a fraction of a second. Just a fraction. But it was enough. In that fraction, Delia understood that Theo's account was accurate, complete, and possibly even understated. She went back through the swinging door. She stood at her station, and she thought about Keanu Reeves. She was not a person who particularly followed celebrity. She moved through the world with too much purpose and too little spare time to spend much of either on the lives of famous people. But she knew enough. She knew what everyone who had paid even passing attention knew, that he was a man who had been handed extraordinary success and had not let it make him cruel. She had read once, late at night in a Chicago diner after a brutal kitchen shift in 2003, a story about how he had given away a significant portion of his earnings, from the Matrix sequels to the people who built the costumes and the special effects, the invisible workers whose names appeared in small print at the end of credits that most audiences had already walked out on. She remembered reading that story and feeling something unexpected move through her. Not surprise, exactly. Something closer to relief. The relief of evidence that it was possible to have everything and still know what things were worth. She thought about that now. She thought about a man who had done that, who showed up at children's hospital wards without cameras, who she was almost certain did not carry himself through the world expecting particular treatment. That man had been told, in a loud, public, entirely unnecessary voice, that he was not dressed correctly to eat pasta. And then she thought about something else. She thought about Simone. Because Simone was coming tonight dressed the way Simone always dressed, practically, without drama, in the clothes of a person who spent her days doing important work in difficult places and did not organize her wardrobe around restaurants. A jacket from Target, good sneakers, the small gold earrings that had belonged to Jerome's mother. And Simone would arrive, was arriving, maybe right now, maybe walking through the door while Delia stood here with her tongs. And she would walk through the same waiting area where Roland had just stood and performed the theater of exclusion for an audience of people who already felt they belonged. Delia looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. 7:51 p.m. Simone's reservation was for 7:30. She pushed through the swinging door for the second time. Simone was already at table 7. She was sitting with her jacket still on, her bag over the back of the chair, looking at the menu with the focused neutrality of someone who had already decided not to bring expectations into this evening and was making good on that decision. She had her mother's posture, straight-backed, present, taking up exactly the space she was entitled to and not apologizing for it. She looked up when Delia appeared. For a moment, just a moment, the careful neutrality softened. "Hi, Mom," she said. Delia sat across from her daughter and took both her hands across the table. She did this without thinking, the way you reach for something important before the cautious part of your brain can advise restraint. Simone looked down at their joined hands, then back up. "I'm glad you came," Delia said. "I said I would," Simone said. And then, because she was who she was, honest in the way that social workers become honest, having watched too many people pay the cost of indirect communication, she added, "I wasn't sure I would, until about halfway through the drive. And then I thought, she's my mom. I should go." Delia held her hands and did not deflect this. "I know," she said. "I know I haven't always made that easy." Simone nodded, not forgiving, not yet, but present, staying in the chair. "What are we eating?" she said. "Everything," Delia said. "Leave it to me." She stood and went back to her kitchen. She did not see Roland Fitch for the rest of the evening. She did not speak to him. She did not think about him again. Not then, not while the service ran and the kitchen sang, and the linguine went out in its 34 careful iterations to 34 tables that were not hers. She thought about Simone. She cooked a tasting menu of 7 courses that she built from memory and instinct. The dishes she had been making in her mind for 11 years. The ones written in the notebook in her bedside drawer. The bread that her grandmother Ruth made on Sunday mornings. The crab bisque with the saffron cream that she had developed in Chicago in 2007 and never put on a restaurant menu because it felt too personal to share in a restaurant that did not belong to her. The linguine, of course. And the bread pudding. Ruth's bread pudding. The one annotated in the notebook. Do not change a single thing. She sent each course out through Theo, who carried each one with more care than Delia had ever seen him use with anything. Because Theo had understood, without being told, that this table was different from the others. Between courses, Delia came out of the kitchen. She and Simone talked. They talked the way people talk when they are being honest after a long time of being careful. Haltingly at first, then with more ease. Sentences that began with difficulty and found their rhythm. Simone talked about Oakland, about the families she worked with, about a 7-year-old boy in the foster system who reminded her, she said, of herself at that age, watchful, self-contained, waiting to see if the adults around him were going to prove reliable. Delia listened, entirely. The way she had learned to listen in kitchens, without filling silence, without inserting herself, letting the thing being said take its full shape before responding. At 10 o'clock, when the restaurant had thinned and the kitchen was winding down, and Crispin's song had moved to something slower and softer, Simone put on her jacket. They stood outside on the sidewalk in the warm October night. The street was quieter now. A couple walked past, laughing at something. A delivery driver paused at the corner and checked his phone. Simone looked at her mother. "That was the best meal I've ever eaten," she said. "In my entire life." Delia felt the words go all the way down. "Come back soon," she said. Simone stepped forward and hugged her. A real hug, full and without reservation. The kind you give when you have decided, at least for now, to set down the weight of old grievances and simply be in the presence of someone who is yours. Delia held on for a moment longer than was comfortable. Then Simone stepped back. She looked at her mother. Then she looked up at the gold letters above the restaurant door. "Mom," she said, "one day, when you open your own place, and you will, make sure that everybody knows they're welcome before they even reach the door. Don't make people prove they belong. Just let them know, right from the beginning, that they do." Delia looked at her. "Something happened tonight," Simone said quietly. "Before I went in, I was in the waiting area early, and I saw the way the owner spoke to someone." She paused. "I know you don't choose what he does, but just, when it's yours, do it differently." She kissed her mother on the cheek. She walked to her car. Delia stood on the sidewalk long after the taillights had disappeared. The night was warm. The city was its ordinary, enormous, indifferent self, moving around her in every direction. Inside Vesper, Roland Fitch was at the bar with Jeffrey, a glass of wine in hand, easy and confident in the amber light of the world he had built. Outside, on the sidewalk, Delia Marsh stood still. She was thinking about Simone's words. She was thinking about the notebook in her bedside drawer. She was thinking about the name she had been carrying for 11 years. The name she had never said out loud to anyone in a professional context, because saying it out loud would make it real. And making it real would mean it could fail, and she had not, until this moment, been certain she could survive that. Ruth's. She said it quietly, to no one, to the warm October night, and the indifferent street, and the gold letters of the restaurant that was not hers. Ruth's. And standing there on Melrose Avenue, 51 years old, smelling faintly of clam broth and tarragon, and the herbs she grew on her own balcony, Delia Marsh made a decision. She was going to leave. She did not know yet what leaving would mean. She did not know about the phone call that was going to come in 71 days. She did not know about David Park, or the meeting in Los Feliz, or the corner space with the windows that turned gold in the morning light. She did not know that Keanu Reeves, riding west through the warm night on his 1973 Norton Commando, was already beginning to think about a different door. What she knew was this. The notebook was in the drawer. The name was in her mouth. And for the first time in 11 years, she was not afraid of either. What she knew was this. The notebook was in the drawer. The name was in her mouth. And for the first time in 11 years, she was not afraid of either. While Delia Marsh stood on the sidewalk outside Vesper making the quietest and most consequential decision of her professional life, Keanu Reeves was riding west through the warm October night, the Norton Commando humming beneath him, the city spreading out in every direction, like a map of everything that was possible if you simply kept moving. He was not angry. This is worth saying again, because it matters to the story, and because it is one of the things about Keanu Reeves that people who have not thought carefully about his life tend to get wrong. They expect him to be either the stoic action hero, unmoved, invulnerable, beyond the reach of ordinary slights, or the wounded figure, a man whose biography of loss has left him fragile beneath the surface, waiting to crack. Neither of these is accurate, and both of them miss the more interesting truth. The more interesting truth is that Keanu Reeves had been through enough real and irreversible pain in his life that small indignities simply did not have the same surface area in him that they have in people who have not yet been truly broken and rebuilt. His daughter had been stillborn on December 24, 1999, Christmas Eve, in a cruelty of timing so sharp it seems almost invented, except it was not. 18 months later, Jennifer Syme, the woman he had loved, had died in a car accident on Cahuenga Boulevard, not far from where he was riding now. He had a sister, Kim, who had battled leukemia for a decade and survived. And watching that battle had taught him things about endurance that no film role could have taught him. A restaurant owner with a pocket square telling him his genes were not acceptable was not, measured against any of that, a wound. But it was something. Not an injury. More like a small, clear signal. The kind your body sends when something is subtly wrong in a room, before you can identify exactly what it is. A flicker of wrongness. He rode with it through West Hollywood and into the hills, and he turned it over in his mind, the way he turned mechanical problems over in his hands in his garage, patiently, without forcing a conclusion, letting understanding arrive in its own time. He did not go straight home. He found himself, almost without deciding to, pulling over on Sunset Boulevard at a spot he knew well, a taco truck that had been parked at the same location every Thursday evening for as long as he had been riding this part of the city. It was operated by a husband and wife named Esperanza and Tomas Guerrero, and it was, in Keanu's considered and experienced opinion, one of the best places to eat in Los Angeles. This was not a minority opinion among the people who knew about it. It was a minority opinion only in the sense that the people who knew about it were not the kind of people who wrote for food magazines or curated restaurant lists for upscale lifestyle publications. They were the kind of people who lived and worked in the surrounding blocks. Construction workers, nurses finishing late shifts at the hospital 3 streets over, a rotating cast of rideshare drivers who had learned to time their brakes around the truck's arrival, 2 elderly Armenian brothers who played chess on a folding table nearby every Thursday evening, regardless of weather, and ordered the same thing every time, without looking at the menu. The truck itself was modest, white, with a hand-painted sign that Tomas had done himself in red and green letters. The awning was faded at the edges. The serving window had a small string of lights around it that Esperanza had put up 3 years ago for Christmas and simply never taken down, because she liked the way they looked, and life was short enough that you should keep the small lights if they made you happy. Keanu parked the Norton, removed his helmet, and walked to the window. Tomas was at the grill. He was a broad man in his mid-50s, with a gray mustache and the absolute economy of movement that belongs to people who have performed the same physical tasks thousands of times and found the most efficient path through them. He looked up when Keanu appeared at the window. He recognized him immediately. He had recognized him the first time Keanu had stopped at this truck, almost 3 years ago, and he had made a private decision at that moment that he treated every customer the same way. By which he meant he treated Keanu the way he treated the Armenian brothers and the nurses and the rideshare drivers, which was to say with straightforward, uncomplicated dignity. He did not say, "Oh my God," or take out his phone, or change his expression in any way that would make the moment about anything other than food. He said, "The usual?" Keanu said, "Please." He stood at the side of the truck while Tomas worked, and Esperanza, a small, bright-eyed woman who wore her silver hair in a long braid and had opinions about everything that she shared freely and without apology, slid open the secondary window and handed him a paper cup of agua fresca. "You look tired," she said. "Long day," Keanu said. "Good long or bad long?" He considered this. "Both," he said. She nodded, like this was the most reasonable answer she had heard all week, which it possibly was. Tomas passed 3 tacos through the window on a paper plate. Carne asada, the cilantro still bright green, the lime wedge perched on the side like a small, courteous offering. Keanu stood on the sidewalk and ate them in the warm night air, watching the traffic on Sunset move in both directions, the city's endless, self-involved, magnificent flow. He ate slowly. He tasted everything. This was not a performance of mindfulness. It was simply what happened when you had gone since morning, without eating, and the food in front of you was made by people who understood their craft. He thought about Marcus. Marcus Webb had told him about the linguine at Vesper, with the particular reverence that Marcus reserved for things he found genuinely extraordinary, which was not many things, because Marcus was not a man who gave reverence cheaply. He had described it carefully, in the specific way of someone retrieving a precise memory, as though the meal had been stored somewhere important in him and he wanted to report it accurately. The broth, Marcus had said. It's like somebody thought about the ocean for a long time and then figured out how to put that thought in a bowl. Keanu had smiled at this when Marcus said it. He was smiling at it again now, standing on Sunset Boulevard with a paper plate in his hand. He paid Tomas $22, which was the price of 3 tacos. He left $40 on the counter beside the window, folded under the corner of the napkin dispenser, without calling attention to it, and walked back to his motorcycle. He heard Esperanza say something in Spanish behind him as he left. He did not speak fluent Spanish, but he understood enough. She was telling Tomas that this man always did that. He put on his helmet and rode the rest of the way home. His house in the Hollywood Hills was not what people imagined when they imagined the home of a man who had starred in some of the most commercially successful films in history. It was not a compound. It was not a statement. It was a house, a real house, with a garage that always had at least one motorcycle in various stages of disassembly, a kitchen that was used for actual cooking, a garden that was slightly overgrown in the way of gardens belonging to people who love them but have limited time. He had lived there for years. He knew the sounds it made at night. He knew the particular way the lights of the city appeared through the east-facing windows just before dawn. He showered. He made tea. He sat in the kitchen with his tea and did not turn on the television, because he rarely did, and he thought about the evening in the systematic and patient way that was simply how his mind worked when he gave it space. He thought about the waiting area of the restaurant, the way the silence had fallen, the way the 2 women at the table near the window had studied their menus with sudden intense focus, the way the young hostess had looked at the floor. He thought about what Roland Fitch's voice had communicated, that went beyond the words themselves. The tone that said, "You are not the kind of person this place was made for." The particular performance of it. The volume chosen carefully to be heard by everyone in the room, which meant it was not really about the dress code at all. The dress code was the mechanism. The performance was the point. He thought about how many people had experienced that performance and had not been in a position to simply nod and walk away. How many people had experienced that and then carried it home with them, the way you carry a small stone that has been placed inside your chest, not heavy enough to incapacitate, but always there, pressing. He finished his tea. He was not, he realized, thinking about revenge. That word did not fit what was forming in his mind, because revenge implies the wound is primarily your own, and the response is primarily about the wound. What he was thinking about was something different, something more like correction. The way you correct a mechanical problem, not out of frustration with the machine, but out of a conviction that the thing should work properly, and you have both the capability and the obligation to make it so. He went to bed. He slept well, which was itself a form of intelligence. The intelligence of a man who had learned to put down what did not need to be carried through the night. In the morning, over coffee, he called David Park. David Park was 41 years old and had been managing Keanu's real estate investments for 6 years. He had grown up in Pasadena, the son of Korean immigrants who had run a dry cleaning business for 30 years, and he had inherited from them a very specific combination of qualities: meticulous attention to detail, an almost physical discomfort with waste of any kind, and a warmth toward people that he expressed Not through grand gestures, but through the reliable, consistent, daily work of actually doing what he said he would do. He was also the kind of person who remembered things. This was, in Keanu's experience, rarer than it should have been. Most people in the professional world listened to what you said with the portion of their attention not already occupied by what they were planning to say next. David listened with all of it, and stored what he heard somewhere that he could actually retrieve it later, intact, in context, with all of its original weight. Keanu told him about the previous evening, not with drama. He described it the way he would describe a mechanical problem. Here is what happened. Here are the relevant details. Here is what struck me as worth examining. Roland Fitch, Vesper, Melrose Avenue, dark jeans. David was quiet for a moment. Roland Fitch, he said. He opened Vesper in 2019. Family real estate money. Le Cordon Bleu, London. Tried to build a reputation on exclusivity as much as food. A pause. The food is apparently extraordinary. Chef they have is supposed to be exceptional. Keanu said nothing. He drank his coffee. The building itself, David continued, in the tone he used when he was pulling something forward from a specific mental file. I actually heard something about that block recently. Not Vesper specifically. The whole block. 4 buildings. The restaurant space, a clothing boutique, a law office, and a vacant unit that's been empty since some kind of juice bar closed in early 2022. Keanu set down his coffee cup. Meridian Pacific Holdings manages the properties, David said. They've been quietly putting out feelers, not a formal listing yet. But the principal owner is getting older, the portfolio is complex, and there's appetite for the right buyer. Forquate. There was a pause on the line. How quiet are the feelers? Keanu said. Quiet enough that most people haven't heard. Loud enough that I have. Another pause. What's the block worth? Keanu said. David gave him a figure. It was a significant figure. The kind that would give most people pause even for a moment. Keanu was quiet for 3 seconds, which was not pausing. It was calculating. Not the money, which he had, but something else. The purpose. Whether the purpose was clear enough and real enough to justify the weight of the action. Let me think about it, he said. Of course, David said. He thought about it for one afternoon. Not in an office. Not over spreadsheets. He spent the afternoon in his garage, working on the second motorcycle, the project bike, a 1969 BSA Lightning that he had been slowly returning to functionality for the better part of a year. The work required his hands and enough of his mind to keep the impatient part quiet, which left the rest of his thinking free to move at its own pace. He thought about what the block could be. He thought about Marcus Webb, and what Marcus had said once over coffee when Keanu had asked him what he thought was missing from the neighborhoods he knew. Marcus had leaned back and thought about it seriously, the way he thought about everything, and said, a place where regular people can eat good food without having to pretend they're something they're not, just to get through the door. He thought about the hostess looking at the floor. He thought about Esperanza's string of Christmas lights, still up 3 years later because life was short, and you should keep the small lights if they made you happy. He called 3 people. The first was a real estate attorney named Patricia Howe, who had handled 2 previous property acquisitions for him and who had the quality he most valued in any professional. She told him the truth, including the parts he might not want to hear, without softening them to protect the relationship. She told him the acquisition was straightforward if the seller was motivated and the price was agreeable. She told him the due diligence would take 6 to 8 weeks minimum. She told him to be prepared for the process to be slower than he wanted, and for exactly one complication he hadn't anticipated, because there was always exactly one. The second call was to the contractor, a woman named Petra Vance who had been renovating commercial and residential properties in Los Angeles for over 2 decades. She knew Melrose Avenue. She knew the specific block. She told him the bones of the buildings were good. She had actually done work on an adjacent property 4 years ago, and had formed opinions about the whole street. She told him the corner unit, the largest space, the one that had been a series of different businesses over the years, had windows that in the morning light were, in her professional and personal opinion, something genuinely special. "What do you mean?" Keanu said. "I mean the light that comes through those windows in the morning," Petra said, "would make whoever is in that space feel like the world is glad they're there." He thought about that for a long time. The third call was to Marcus. He did not tell Marcus about the potential purchase. He did not explain what he was thinking, or why he was calling at 4 in the afternoon on a Friday. He simply asked, in the conversational way of two people who had been talking honestly for 2 years, what Marcus thought the neighborhood needed. Marcus did not hesitate. "A place where regular people can eat good food," Marcus said, without feeling like they don't belong, before they've even sat down. He said it in almost exactly the same words he had used before, which told Keanu it was not a passing thought, it was a conviction. He hung up the phone. He looked at the BSA Lightning, half-assembled, patient, waiting for the right combination of parts and attention to become what it was meant to be. He picked up his phone and called David Park. "Make the call," he said. David said, "I'll reach out to Meridian today." Keanu said, "One thing." "Yes?" "The corner space. Whatever we do with the block, the corner space with the morning light is for a restaurant. A real one. The kind Marcus would go to for dinner on a Tuesday without changing his clothes." David wrote this down. He was the kind of person who wrote things down, which was another reason Keanu trusted him. "Do we have someone in mind for it?" David said. "Not yet," Keanu said, "but find out who is actually cooking at Vesper. Not the owner, the chef." He put the phone in his pocket. He went back to the BSA Lightning. He thought about what Petra had said. The light that comes through those windows would make whoever is in that space feel like the world is glad they're there. He thought about Danny Osei in room 412 at Cedars Sinai, asleep with Gerald the elephant and a small smile, dreaming of motorcycles and open roads. He thought about what it meant to make a place where people felt the world was glad they were there. How rare that was, how much work it took, how completely, utterly worth it. Outside the garage window, the Hollywood Hills turned gold in the late afternoon light, the way they always did at this hour, the way they had been doing long before anyone rich or famous or ordinary had built anything on them, reliably, generously, for free, for anyone who happened to be looking. He tightened a bolt on the BSA Lightning. He was smiling. Outside the garage window, the Hollywood Hills turned gold in the late afternoon light, the way they always did at this hour, the way they had been doing long before anyone rich or famous or ordinary had built anything on them. Reliably, generously, for free, for anyone who happened to be looking. He tightened a bolt on the BSA Lightning. He was smiling. 3 miles west and several miles below, in the office at the back of Vesper that smelled of printer paper and expensive coffee, Roland Fitch was reviewing the reservation list for the following Saturday evening, and feeling, as he often did at this hour on a Friday afternoon, the quiet satisfaction of a man who believed the world was arranged more or less correctly. He did not think about the man in the jeans. He had not thought about him since approximately 30 seconds after the man had walked back out through the glass door on Thursday evening. This was not cruelty exactly. It was something more structural than cruelty. The particular incapacity of a person who has arranged his life so completely around his own perspective that events which do not fit that perspective simply do not register as significant enough to retain. The man had not met the dress code. The dress code had been applied. The man had left without incident. End of file. Roland closed the reservation book and looked around his office with the ease of a person in a room that has been designed to reflect his own taste back at him. The office was small but considered. A framed print of a Paris street scene, a shelf of cookbooks organized by cuisine and then alphabetically within each cuisine. a small awards plaque from a West Hollywood business association that he had been given in 2021 and that he still thought about more than he would admit. He was proud of Vesper. He had earned that pride, or believed he had, which for Roland Fitch amounted to the same thing. To understand Roland Fitch properly, you have to go back further than 2019, when he opened the restaurant. You have to go back to a house in Greenwich, Connecticut, in the 1980s, where a boy named Roland grew up in rooms that were always clean and always quiet, and always arranged to communicate a very specific message to anyone who entered them. The message was, "We are people who know how things should be done." Gerald Fitch, Roland's father, had built his fortune in commercial real estate during a decade when the rules were loose and the money was moving fast, and the men who understood how to read a city's hunger for space before the city itself understood it could become very wealthy very quickly. Gerald had done exactly this. He had bought buildings in Manhattan in the early 1980s, when the neighborhoods they stood in were considered marginal, and he had held them with a patience that bordered on stubbornness, and he had sold them at the exact right moment, with a profit that had restructured the family's entire relationship to the future. Gerald was not a cruel man. He was not a bad father in the way that stories about wealthy families sometimes require their patriarchs to be: cold, absent, withholding. He came to Roland's school events. He took the family on real vacations, the kind where everyone was present and engaged, rather than occupying separate itineraries in the same location. But Gerald had a philosophy about the world that he communicated not through speeches, but through the daily, accumulated texture of how he lived. He believed that appearances were not superficial, that they were, in fact, the primary language through which people communicated their fundamental seriousness. The way you dressed, the way you spoke, the restaurants you chose and the clubs you belonged to and the car you drove. These were not vanities, they were signals. And signals, Gerald believed, existed for good reason. They told you, efficiently and reliably, what category a person belonged to, and what you could therefore expect from them. Roland had absorbed this completely. Not because he was weak-minded. Roland was not weak-minded. He was, in fact, sharp and observant, and genuinely intelligent in the way of people who pay close attention to how things work. But he had absorbed it the way children absorb their parents' deepest convictions. Before the critical faculty is developed enough to examine what it is receiving, before the growing person has enough experience of the world outside the family to understand that what feels like universal truth is often just the particular truth of the room you grew up in. He had carried Gerald's philosophy into adulthood and built his restaurant on it. The dress code was not, in Roland's own understanding of himself, about exclusion. It was about maintaining a standard. Standards, he believed, were how you communicated to your guests that you took them seriously, that you had created something worth the effort of caring about. A restaurant without standards was just a room with food in it. He wanted more than that. He had always wanted more than that. The problem, and this is the thing Roland could not yet see, because we are almost always the last to see the problems that live closest to us, was that somewhere between maintaining a standard and maintaining a standard, the emphasis had shifted. He had started with the conviction that excellence required discipline. He had arrived, years later, at the conviction that discipline was itself the excellence. The sorting had become the point. The atmosphere of selectivity had become the product. Quietly, gradually, without any single moment, when Roland had made a conscious decision to let this happen. He did not know this yet. He would begin to know it, dimly, uncomfortably, like the first awareness of a sound you cannot quite identify, sometime in January. The month of October passed without incident. From Roland's perspective, Vesper was full most nights. The reviews that existed for the restaurant were strong. A piece in the Los Angeles Times food section from the previous year had called it one of the most assured dining experiences in West Hollywood. which Roland had framed and placed in the hallway between the office and the kitchen, where staff could see it, but guests could not, because Roland had very particular ideas about the difference between confidence and boasting. The food, it should be said, was genuinely extraordinary. This was entirely because of Delia Marsh, which Roland knew but did not fully reckon with, in the way that people in positions of ownership sometimes fail to fully reckon with the fact that what they own is valuable primarily because of someone who works for them. Roland appreciated Delia's talent in the abstract, executive way. We have exceptional food, without drilling down into the specific recognition that the exceptional food existed because a specific woman had built it from her specific knowledge and history and the memory of her grandmother's kitchen in New Orleans. He paid her well. He gave her menu control. He thought of these things as generous. He did not think of them as sufficient. In the first week of November, two things happened that Roland did not connect to each other because he did not yet have the information required to make the connection. The first was that Priya gave her notice. She did it on a Monday morning, standing in his office doorway, with the particular posture of someone who has rehearsed this moment enough times to get through it cleanly. She was professional about it. She said she had found another opportunity. She was grateful for the experience. She would work a full 2 weeks. She did not mention the Thursday evening in October. She did not mention the man in the jeans. She simply said she was moving on, and Roland said he was sorry to hear it and asked if she needed a reference, and she said thank you, and that was the whole conversation. After she left, Roland made a note to call a hospitality staffing agency and went back to his produce order. What he did not know, could not have known, because it was happening in conversations that he was not present for and had no access to, was that Priya had already told the story of that Thursday evening to 4 people. Not out of malice, out of the same need that all of us have to process a thing that has disturbed us, to say it out loud to someone we trust, and let the telling be part of the understanding. She had told her roommate, who worked in event planning and knew people across the West Hollywood hospitality industry. She had told her best friend from college, who was a server at another restaurant 2 blocks away. She had told a woman she knew from a yoga class who worked as a restaurant consultant. She had told her mother, who told no one professionally relevant, but who experienced a very thorough and private outrage on behalf of all the people who had ever been made to feel they did not belong somewhere. Each of those 4 people had told someone else, not as gossip exactly, as a story with a moral, the kind of story that travels through a community of service workers because it is both specific enough to be real and universal enough to resonate with everyone who has ever stood on the other side of an arbitrary barrier wearing the wrong thing. By early November, the story had moved through a significant portion of the West Hollywood restaurant and hospitality world. It lived in the way such stories live, not written down, not viral, not attached to anyone's name yet because no one had made the identification public, but present in the air, circulating, settling into people's understanding of Vesper as a place. Roland knew none of this. He was interviewing replacement hostesses and arguing with his arugula supplier. The second thing that happened in the first week of November was that Theo overheard something. Theo Baskin was, as has been established, a young man whose face communicated everything, and who possessed an extraordinary ability to absorb information from his surroundings, an ability born partly from native intelligence and partly from the specific attentiveness of someone who had grown up in a complicated household and learned early that listening carefully to what was happening around you was a survival skill. He had a friend named Caitlin, who worked at a commercial real estate firm in Beverly Hills. Not a high-level position, she managed scheduling and client communications for 3 brokers, but a position that placed her, daily, in the flow of information about what was being bought and sold and considered in Los Angeles real estate. She had mentioned something to Theo over the phone in the first week of November, not as significant news, as casual conversation, The kind of thing you mention when you have spent all day moving information around and some of it sticks. She said that someone had reached out through an intermediary about the block on Melrose. All 4 buildings. A private buyer, no name attached, represented by a very good attorney named Patricia Howe, whose involvement in the inquiry suggested the buyer was serious and had resources. Theo had filed this away. He filed it next to the story about Keanu Reeves and the jeans, which he had been filing and retrieving and examining from different angles for 3 weeks, like a small, compelling puzzle. He did not yet have enough pieces to see the full picture. But he had a feeling, the specific feeling of someone whose brain is working on a problem just below the level of conscious thought, that the pieces he had were connected. He mentioned the real estate inquiry to Delia one afternoon in mid-November, while they were doing prep together, side by side at the long stainless steel counter, Delia breaking down a whole fish with the precise and unthinking efficiency of someone who has done it 10,000 times. "Someone's buying the block," he said, in the casual tone of a person mentioning the weather. Delia's hands did not stop, but something in her posture changed. A very slight shift, the kind that people who know someone well can read, and people who don't know them at all would miss entirely. "Who?" she said. "Nobody knows yet," Theo said. "Deal's not public." Delia nodded. She continued breaking down the fish. She did not say anything else about it. But Theo noticed, in his transparent and perceptive way, that she had become slightly more interior for the rest of the afternoon. That she was doing the work in front of her while simultaneously doing some other, invisible work deeper down. The way people look when the world has just handed them a piece of information that their brain recognizes as significant before the rest of them has caught up. November became December. West Hollywood dressed itself for the season in the particular way of a Southern California city that has committed to the idea of winter without having the weather to support it. Strings of lights on palm trees, wreaths on glass storefronts, the occasional optimistic Santa hat on a parking attendant. Inside Vesper, the reservation book was full through the holidays. Roland had planned a special Christmas tasting menu that he was genuinely excited about. 5 courses, wine pairings, a dessert that he and Delia had developed together over 2 weeks of iteration, a chocolate and blood orange construction that was, Roland privately believed, the best thing they had ever put on a menu. He was not a bad restaurateur. He was not making bad food or running a bad business. He was running a very good business, built on a flawed premise, and those 2 things existed simultaneously in the same space, without canceling each other out, which is one of the more confusing things about the world and about people. In the second week of December, he had a conversation with Delia about a new spring menu concept, and she engaged with it thoughtfully and seriously, and he left the conversation feeling good about where they were headed, and he had no indication whatsoever that she had a resignation letter sitting in the Notes app of her phone, unfinished, the cursor blinking at the end of the last sentence. He had no indication because he had not asked. He had not asked how she was doing in the broader sense. Not professionally, but personally. Not, is the menu working, but are you happy here? Is this what you need? Is there something building in you that I should understand before it becomes a departure I could have prevented? He had not asked, because it had not occurred to him that there was a question to ask. He believed she was content because she was still there. He believed that presence meant acceptance. He did not understand that sometimes people stay in a place while they are gathering themselves to leave it, that the staying and the leaving can coexist for months, running in parallel, before the leaving wins. On December 1st, Delia submitted her resignation. She did it in the morning, before service, sitting across from Roland in the office that smelled of printer paper and expensive coffee. She had finished the resignation letter, the one from the Notes app, the previous evening, printed it at the library on Sunset because her home printer was out of ink, and carried it to work in the front pocket of her bag, folded precisely in thirds. She handed it to Roland. He looked at it for a long time without speaking. Then he looked up at her. 2 weeks, he said. 2 weeks, she said. The conversation that followed lasted 23 minutes. Roland went through several phases that Delia observed with the calm of someone who has prepared for a difficult conversation thoroughly enough to move through it without being destabilized by its turbulence. The first phase was practical disbelief. He questioned the timing. He pointed out that they were heading into the most profitable month of the year. He said the chocolate and blood orange dessert had been developed with the assumption that she would be executing it through service. The second phase was professional flattery, delivered as argument. He told her she was the most talented chef he had worked with. He told her Vesper's reputation lived in her hands. He said this with complete sincerity, because it was true, and because he believed that the truth of it, once stated, would function as sufficient reason for her to stay. He did not understand that being told you are essential to someone's enterprise is not the same as being offered what you need. The third phase, and this was the one that Delia found, privately, the most revealing, was the prediction of failure. Not cruel, not intended to wound. Delivered in the tone of genuine concern, which somehow made it worse. "You're 51 years old," Roland said. "The restaurant industry has a failure rate that is—" "I know the failure rate," Delia said quietly. "Then you know that opening your own place at this stage, without— Roland," she said. Just his name, gently but with full weight behind it. He stopped. "I need it to be mine," she said. "That's all. That's the whole reason." He did not have an answer for this, because there was no argument against it. You cannot argue with the bone-deep human need to build something that belongs to you. You can only reveal, by attempting the argument, that you have never fully understood what it cost the other person not to have it. He accepted the resignation. He shook her hand. He told her again that she was making a mistake. He said it without heat, in the way of someone delivering what they believed to be a factual assessment of the situation. Delia thanked him for the opportunity and walked back into her kitchen. She worked her last shift on December 15th. The kitchen staff had arranged a small gathering after close, quiet, unannounced to Roland, held in the kitchen itself after the last table had been cleared and the front-of-house staff had gone home. Theo had bought a cake from a bakery in Silver Lake and carried it to work in a white box balanced on his bicycle basket. Mariana had brought a bottle of mezcal. Ben, the second sous chef, a gentle, enormous young man from Sacramento who was afraid of almost nothing in the kitchen and almost everything outside it, had made a card that everyone had signed, including Crispin, who had written his name in the careful, deliberate letters of someone who had learned English as an adult and still treated each written word with the respect of a thing hard-won. The card said, on the front, in Theo's handwriting, "For Chef D, who made us better than we knew we could be." Delia opened it at her station, leaning against the stainless steel counter in her chef's whites, and read every signature. She read Crispin's careful letters. She read Mariana's small, precise handwriting. She read Theo's note in the margin. "I will work for you again someday. That's not a request. That's a fact." And she laughed, which broke the pressure that had been building in her chest all evening. And then she cried, not sorrowfully, but in the full, released way of someone crossing a threshold that they have been walking toward for a very long time. She hugged all of them. She hugged Crispin last and longest, because Crispin had said nothing all evening, and therefore communicated more than anyone. She drove home through the December Los Angeles night, the city glittering in every direction, and sat on her balcony with the dormant herb pots and a cup of chamomile tea, and felt, for the first time in years, the specific lightness of a person who has stopped carrying a thing they were never meant to carry indefinitely. She opened the Notes app on her phone. She deleted the unfinished resignation letter. She opened a new note and began to write. Ruth's, corner location, morning light, Tables close enough that strangers can become temporary neighbors. Menu on plain paper. No dress code. One table always open. No one proves they belong. They just walk in. She wrote for 20 minutes. She added dishes. The crab bisque, the bread from her grandmother's recipe, the linguine, the bread pudding with its sacred annotation. She fell asleep with her phone in her hand, and the tea gone cold beside her. In the morning, the phone held everything she had written. She read it in the early light, sitting up in her chair with a blanket around her shoulders and the bare herb stems patient in their pots. She read it the way you read something you have been trying to write for 11 years. Then her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Ms. Marsh, my name is David Park. I work with a private investor who is acquiring a property on Melrose Avenue. We're looking for the right person to anchor the ground floor commercial space. Your name came up more than once. Would you be available to meet this week? Delia read the message 4 times. The 5th time, she did not read it so much as feel it. The way you feel a door opening that has been closed so long you stopped reaching for the handle. She set the phone down on her knee. She looked at the dormant herb pots. She thought about her grandmother Ruth, standing at a stove in New Orleans, moving through a kitchen the way water moves through familiar ground, without effort, without doubt, as though the space had been made for exactly this. She thought about Simone, standing on the sidewalk on October 12th, saying, "Make sure everybody knows they're welcome," before they even reach the door. She thought about a man in dark jeans who had walked out of a restaurant into the warm October night without anger, without bitterness, with a single quiet nod that had turned out to contain multitudes. She picked up the phone. She typed, "I'm available. When and where?" She pressed send. Then she did something she had not done in 11 years. She opened the drawer of her bedside table and took out the notebook. It was soft from handling. The cover had a crease across the front from the years it had spent pressed against other things in the drawer. She opened it to the first page, the page with the name written at the top in her own handwriting, the letters she had put there 11 years ago in a moment of private courage that had not, at the time, led anywhere, but had never fully disappeared either. Ruth's. She ran her thumb across the letters. They were still there. They had always been there. She closed the notebook and held it in both hands, on her balcony, in the morning light of a December day in Los Angeles. And she thought that her grandmother would have had something to say about all of this, about the long waiting and the sudden movement, about the door that opens when you have finally stopped staring at it. Ruth had always said that grace did not arrive on schedule. It arrived, she said, when you had done enough of the work to deserve it, and enough of the waiting to appreciate it. Delia thought she might, at last, have done enough of both. Ruth had always said that grace did not arrive on schedule. It arrived, she said, when you had done enough of the work to deserve it, and enough of the waiting to appreciate it. Delia thought she might, at last, have done enough of both. She showered. She made coffee. She stood in her kitchen in the early December morning light and drank it slowly, the notebook on the counter in front of her, open to the first page, the name looking back at her the way a patient thing looks at you when you have finally stopped running from it. She did not call Giselle yet. She was not ready to say it out loud to another person, because saying it out loud to another person would make it fully real, and she needed a few more hours of it being just hers, private and warm, and unexamined by anyone else's hope or doubt or love. She would call Giselle tonight. For now, she made a second cup of coffee and sat at her kitchen table and read through the notebook from the beginning. The notebook was a composition book, the kind with the black and white marbled cover that you find in drugstores for $2. She had bought it at a Walgreens in Chicago in 2012. On a February afternoon, when the cold was the particular Chicago cold that does not negotiate. The kind that comes off Lake Michigan carrying the news that it has been traveling a long way and has not arrived in a good mood. She had been walking home from a kitchen shift. She had stopped in the Walgreens for ibuprofen and come out with the ibuprofen and the notebook, and no fully conscious explanation for the notebook except that it had been there and she had reached for it. She had started writing in it that evening, at her kitchen table in the apartment she rented in Wicker Park, with a bowl of soup she had made from what was left in the refrigerator, the cook's version of a late-night snack, which is always better than it has any right to be because a cook's instincts do not clock out when their shift does. She had written the name first, Ruth's. Then she had sat for a moment with the pen in her hand, looking at the name, feeling both its rightness and its weight. Then she had started writing the menu. She had not planned to write a menu. She had thought she was going to write something more like a business plan, the practical architecture of a dream. But what came out was not architecture. What came out was food. Dish after dish, arriving in her mind with the specificity of things she had already cooked 100 times in her imagination. Each one fully formed, seasoned, plated, the flavors precise, and the memories attached to each one equally precise. The gumbo that Ruth made every New Year's Day, the one that started with a roux she stirred for 45 minutes without stopping, the color of it darkening gradually from blonde to amber to the deep, serious brown that meant it was ready. The color, Ruth always said, of something that has been through something and come out better for it. The biscuits, Lord, the biscuits. Ruth's biscuits were the kind of thing that made people quiet. Not because they were fancy, they were the opposite of fancy, made from plain ingredients in a plain pan, but because they were so exactly right, so completely themselves, that eating one felt like receiving information about what food was actually for. The bread pudding. The annotation beside it in the notebook said, in Delia's careful handwriting, Grandma's recipe. Do not change a single thing. Not the bread, not the ratio, not the amount of vanilla. Not one single thing. She had added dishes over the years. The crab bisque from Chicago. The linguine she had developed at a restaurant in Silver Lake before Vesper. The one she had refined further at Vesper, until it was the thing people called ahead to make sure was on the menu. A roasted chicken that she had built around a technique she learned from a French chef she had worked under briefly in New York in 2008. A difficult, brilliant, intermittently monstrous man who had taught her more about heat and time than anyone before or since. 32 dishes in total, 2 pages front and back, with notes in the margins that accumulated over the years in different inks, blue, black, once a red pen she had borrowed and never returned, so that the margins of the notebook read like a timeline of her thinking, the ideas arriving and refining, and occasionally crossing each other out, across a decade of quiet, persistent imagining. She read it all now, in the December morning light, and she felt as she always felt reading it. The combination of longing and recognition, the particular emotion of encountering something you know is true about yourself. Then she closed the notebook and picked up her phone. David Park had replied to her message. He confirmed a meeting for December 19th, a coffee shop on Melrose Avenue. He was professional and warm in equal measure, his messages precise without being cold, and she found herself, in the hour before the meeting, doing something she had not expected to do. She was nervous. Not the nervous of doubt. She had moved past doubt the moment she read his first message on the balcony. She was nervous the way you are nervous before something you have wanted for a very long time finally begins to happen, when the wanting has lived so long in the safe country of imagination that its arrival in the real world feels both wonderful and slightly terrifying. She put on the blazer she saved for important occasions. It was charcoal gray, well-fitted, bought 4 years ago at a consignment shop in Los Feliz for $30, which she had considered then, and still considered an extraordinary piece of luck. She wore it over a plain black shirt and dark trousers and the good shoes. Not fancy shoes, but the ones that had been resold twice because she would not part with them. She looked at herself in the bathroom mirror. She looked like a person who was ready. The coffee shop was 3 blocks from Vesper. She registered this as she walked past the restaurant on her way there. The gold letters above the door, the window display arranged with its usual careful aesthetic intention. It was mid-morning and the restaurant was closed, the interior dim behind the glass. She did not stop to look. She kept walking. David Park was already at a corner table when she arrived. He stood when she came in, a reflex of genuine courtesy rather than performance. And she assessed him in the way she assessed everyone she met for the first time. The quick, comprehensive reading of a person who had spent decades in professional kitchens where understanding people fast was a necessary survival skill. He was compact and neat, early 40s, with the kind of face that communicated reliability before he said a word. Not handsome in any particular way, but immediately trustworthy, which was more valuable. He was dressed simply. He had a notepad on the table, not a laptop, and the notepad had writing already on it, in small, dense handwriting, which told her he had prepared for this conversation with genuine care. They ordered coffee. They talked. David explained the acquisition in terms that were clear and unpatronizing. She appreciated this, because she had sat across from enough people in her professional life who delivered information in a way that simultaneously gave it and reminded you that they were the one giving it, and David did not do this. He spoke to her the way you speak to someone whose time you respect, and whose intelligence you assume. The full block had been acquired. All 4 buildings. The ground floor commercial spaces were being considered individually, each with a specific intended use. The corner space, the largest, the one with the east-facing windows, had always been designated for a restaurant from the earliest planning stage of the acquisition. "What kind of restaurant?" Delia said. David looked at his notepad. "I'm going to quote directly," he said. "Because the phrasing matters." He looked up. Somewhere Marcus would go for dinner on a Tuesday. Delia blinked. "Who is Marcus?" she said. "A friend of the investor," David said. "A retired school janitor from Koreatown." The investor's description, not mine. Delia looked at David for a long moment. She was running something through her mind, a calculation that had less to do with numbers and more to do with the particular algebra of coincidence and connection, and what it means when 2 things that seem unrelated turn out to be the same thing seen from different angles. She thought about the linguine. She thought about the man Marcus had sent to Vesper. She thought about the evening of October 12th. She thought about Theo, in November, leaning against his station saying somebody's buying the block. She set her coffee cup down. "Who is the investor?" she said. David smiled. Not a large smile, but a real one. The smile of someone who has been waiting for exactly this question and finds genuine pleasure in the moment of revelation. "He'd like to tell you himself," David said. "If you're interested in continuing the conversation." Delia looked at him steadily. "When?" she said. "He suggested December 23rd, David said. "He apologized for the proximity to Christmas. He said if that doesn't work." "It works," Delia said. December 23rd arrived with the particular quality of a Los Angeles winter day that cannot fully commit to the season. Warm in the sun, cool in the shade. The sky a clean and unconvincing blue that looked like a set designer's idea of December rather than the real thing. Delia drove to Los Feliz in the early evening. The restaurant David had chosen was a Japanese place on Vermont Avenue. Quiet, well-lit, the kind of establishment that understood its purpose was to provide a setting in which other things could happen, and had arranged itself accordingly. No music loud enough to require raised voices. Booths with high backs that created privacy without isolation. The kind of menu that a person with a genuine knowledge of Japanese food could respect, and a person without that knowledge could navigate comfortably. She arrived 5 minutes early and was shown to a corner booth. She sat with her hands around a glass of water, and she thought, with a clarity that surprised her, that she was not afraid. She had expected to be afraid. She had spent 11 years being afraid, not of failure exactly, but of the specific vulnerability of caring about something enough to risk it. Fear had been the medium she had lived in for so long that its absence felt noticeable, like the silence after a noise you have stopped hearing. But sitting in this booth on December 23rd, with the notebook in her bag and the blazer on her shoulders, and the name alive in her chest, she was not afraid. She was ready. He arrived 6 minutes after she did. Not late. She had been early. She recognized him before he reached the table, which she had expected. But the recognition still had a quality she had not anticipated. She had seen him in films, of course. She had his face in her memory the way we all carry the faces of people we have watched on screens. Familiar in a specific, curated way. The way they look when the lighting is controlled and the performance is framed, and everything extraneous has been removed. In person, what she noticed first was how ordinary he seemed. Ordinary in the best possible sense of the word. Present, unpretentious. Moving through the restaurant the way a person moves through a space when they are not performing their movement for anyone. Dark jeans, plain gray sweater. The boots, she noticed the boots, the left heel with its hairline crack, and understood in an instant that these were the same boots, and that this detail was not accidental, and that the man wearing them had a sense of humor about the situation that she found immediately and completely disarming. He sat across from her. He said, "Thank you for meeting me." She said, "Thank you for the text." They looked at each other for a moment, with the mutual recognition of two people who understand, without requiring explanation, the specific chain of events that has brought them to this particular booth, in this particular restaurant, on this particular December evening. Then he said, "Tell me about your grandmother." She had not expected this. She had prepared for a business conversation. She had brought the notebook. It was in her bag, pressed against her side, but she had not planned to show it, unless the moment specifically called for it. She had prepared to talk about the concept, the menu direction, the neighborhood market, the operational experience she brought to the table. She had prepared to be professional, in the precise and comprehensive way of someone who has waited a long time for a serious opportunity, and intends to demonstrate they are equal to it. She had not prepared to talk about Ruth, but the question was asked with such genuine and uncomplicated interest, not as a business prompt, not as a way of establishing rapport before the real conversation, but as the actual question he most wanted to ask, that she found herself answering it before she had made a decision to answer it. She talked about New Orleans, about the house on Frenchman Street where Ruth had lived until she died in 1998. The narrow shotgun house with the jasmine growing up the left side of the porch that Ruth had planted the year she moved in, and tended for 30 years, until it had grown into something architectural, something that belonged to the building. About the kitchen, which was the size of a generous closet, in which Ruth had produced meals of extraordinary scale and complexity, with an absence of visible effort that Delia now understood, from her own decades in kitchens, represented the highest possible level of skill, the point at which mastery becomes invisible. She talked about Sunday mornings, the smell that came from under the kitchen door, the sound Ruth made when she hummed, a low, continuous sound, almost below the threshold of hearing, that Delia had later learned was something Ruth did unconsciously when she was happy, a kind of bodily expression of contentment that required no audience. She talked about sitting at the kitchen table watching Ruth cook, at an age when watching was the only participation available to her, absorbing everything with the absolute attention of a child who does not yet know she is being educated and is therefore receiving the education without any of the resistance that knowing brings. She talked about the bread pudding. Keanu listened, not with the polite, nodding, waiting for the pause to respond listening that passes for attention in most professional conversations. With actual listening, the kind that requires the whole person, that has no remainder going elsewhere, that treats what is being said as worth the full cost of attention. When she talked about the bread pudding, something moved in his face. Not sentimentality, something quieter and more real than sentimentality, the expression of a person encountering something that connects to their own private experience of loss and love and the way food carries both. She stopped talking. She realized she had been talking for longer than she had intended. "I'm sorry," she said. "You didn't ask for all of that." "I asked for exactly that," he said. She looked at him. He said, "My mom used to say, the best food makes you remember something." I never completely understood what she meant until just now. A pause. "The bread pudding," he said. "The annotation. What does it say?" She looked at him. Then she reached into her bag and took out the notebook. She laid it on the table between them and opened it to the bread pudding recipe. She turned it so he could read it. He read the whole recipe slowly. He read the margin notes. His eyes moved to the annotation at the bottom, the words written in the blue pen of 2012 on a February evening in Chicago. Grandma's recipe. Do not change a single thing. Not the bread, not the ratio, not the amount of vanilla. Not one single thing. He was quiet for a moment. "What was she like?" he said. "When you were small? What was the thing about her that you knew meant she was happy?" Delia said, without thinking. She hummed. He nodded. She told him about the humming. She told him about the jasmine. She told him about the Sunday mornings and the kitchen that smelled like all the good things in the world had been collected and heated gently until they gave up their essence. She told him things she had not said out loud in years. When she finished, the restaurant had become quieter around them. The dinner hour was settling into its later, slower rhythm. A couple at the next booth was sharing dessert, speaking in low voices, leaning toward each other in the way of people who have been together long enough to have developed their own private gravity. Keanu looked at the notebook on the table between them. "I want to offer you the corner space," he said. He said it simply. No build-up, no performance of the offer, no orchestrated moment. Just the sentence, clean and direct. He told her the terms. Below market rate lease for 3 years, significantly below. First right of purchase at the end of the lease term. Full independence. Menu, name, design, staff, all of it hers. No interference, no oversight, no silent partnership in anything except the lease agreement. The only condition, he said, is one walk-in table. Always open. No reservation required. No one has to call ahead or prove they plan to be there. They can just walk in and sit down. Delia said nothing for a moment. The couple at the next booth laughed softly about something. "Why that?" she said. He looked at her steadily. "Because everyone deserves a table," he said. "Not when they can prove they planned for it. Just because they showed up." Delia understood that they were not talking only about restaurant policy. She looked at the notebook. She looked at the man across from her, in his dark jeans and his gray sweater and his cracked left boot heel. A man who had been told on a warm October evening that he did not qualify to enter a room, and who had responded by quietly, patiently, deliberately making a different room, a better room, and then found the right person to put at the center of it. She thought about Simone on the sidewalk. Make sure everybody knows they're welcome before they even reach the door. She thought about Ruth humming in a kitchen the size of a closet, making food that tasted like all the good things in the world. She thought about herself at 40, at 45, at 50, at 51. The woman who kept the notebook in the drawer, who kept the name in her chest, who kept postponing the moment of courage, because the moment of courage kept looking too large to step into. She thought that the moment of courage, when it finally arrived, looked almost nothing like she had imagined it would. It did not arrive as a roar. It arrived as a quiet conversation in a Japanese restaurant in Los Feliz on a warm December evening. Two people sharing the same table, the notebook open between them. She reached across and closed the notebook. She picked it up and put it back in her bag. She looked at Keanu Reeves. "Yes," she said. Just the one word. The whole word. Full weight. No qualifications attached. He nodded once. It was the same nod she would have recognized, had she seen it, from the doorway of Vesper 10 weeks earlier. The small, clean, complete gesture of a person who has said what needed to be said and does not require anything additional from the moment. They finished their tea. They talked for another hour, practically, specifically, about timelines and contractors and licensing and the particular bureaucratic complexity of opening a restaurant in the city of Los Angeles, which was considerable. Keanu mentioned Petra Vance. He described the morning light through the corner windows in almost the same words Petra had used with him. The light that comes through those windows would make whoever is in that space feel like the world is glad they're there. Delia wrote this down in the notebook on the last empty page. When they stood to leave, he said, "Is there anything you need that we haven't talked about?" Delia put on her coat. She thought about Theo's face, transparent and loyal, and more talented than he knew. She thought about Mariana's precise, quiet competence. She thought about Crispin's careful letters in the card, and his song in Spanish that meant the kitchen was in good rhythm. "My team," she said. "I need to bring my team." "Of course," he said, as though this had never been in question, because for him it hadn't. They walked out of the restaurant into the warm December night. On Vermont Avenue, the city moved in its ordinary and magnificent way. Cars and voices and the distant sound of music, and the specific Los Angeles quality of the night air, which always felt slightly unreal, slightly golden, like a dream that has been running so long it has started to feel like reality. Delia stood on the sidewalk for a moment. She thought about calling Giselle. She looked at her phone. It was 9:47 p.m. Giselle had school in the morning. Giselle would be asleep or close to it, and waking her would require an explanation, and the explanation would take a very long time because Giselle had been waiting 11 years for this phone call and would not accept a short version. She called anyway. Giselle answered on the second ring, which meant she had not been asleep. "Delia," she said, the way she always answered, the name carrying in it the whole long history of their friendship. 23 years, 2 cities, one broken engagement between them that Giselle had seen coming 6 months before Delia had. Every professional setback and personal grief and small daily victory that had passed between two people who had chosen each other as the witness to their lives. "Giselle," Delia said. Her voice broke, just slightly, on the first syllable. Not from sadness, from the particular fullness of a moment that has been a long time coming. "Giselle," she said again, steadier now. "I think the door just opened." A silence on the line. Then Giselle said, in the voice of someone who has been holding the faith for 11 years and has just been told it was not in vain, "Tell me everything." Delia walked to her car and sat in the driver's seat and talked for an hour and 15 minutes. She told Giselle about David Park's text on the balcony. She told her about the notebook on the kitchen table, and the blazer, and the coffee shop on Melrose, and the Japanese restaurant in Los Feliz. She told her about the walk-in table, and what he had said about everyone deserving a seat. She told her what she had said about her grandmother and how he had listened, really listened, the full cost of his attention given freely and without remainder. She told her the name. She had told Giselle the name before, of course, many times over 11 years. But this was different. This was the name spoken not as a dream held in careful storage, but as a real thing. A business, a place, a door with a sign above it, Ruth's. Giselle was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Your grandmother would have cried." Delia said, "She would have pretended not to." Giselle laughed. Delia laughed. In the car on Vermont Avenue in Los Feliz on December 23rd, 2 days before Christmas, 51 years old and no longer afraid of the name in her chest, Delia Marsh laughed. in the way that you laugh when something heavy has been set down, and the setting down turns out to feel like joy. I want to paint the sign, Giselle said. The one for the window. Let me paint it. You have the worst handwriting, Delia said. I have distinctive handwriting, Giselle said. It will look intentional. Fine, Delia said. You can paint the sign. She drove home through the warm December night. The notebook was on the passenger seat beside her. She kept her left hand on the wheel and her right hand resting lightly on the cover of the notebook. The marbled black and white surface, soft and familiar under her palm. And she thought about her grandmother in the kitchen on Frenchman Street. The jasmine climbing the porch, the Sunday morning smell, the low, continuous hum of a woman who was exactly where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. Come in, she thought. You're just in time. She kept her left hand on the wheel and her right hand resting lightly on the cover of the notebook, the marbled black and white surface soft and familiar under her palm, and she thought about her grandmother in the kitchen on Frenchman Street, the jasmine climbing the porch, the Sunday morning smell, the low, continuous hum of a woman who was exactly where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. Come in, she thought. You're just in time. While Delia drove home through the warm December night, with her hand on the notebook and her grandmother in her chest, 3 miles east on Melrose Avenue, the gold letters of Vesper's sign went dark at 11 p.m. The way they went dark every night, reliably and without ceremony, the restaurant closing around Roland Fitch's satisfied assessment of another successful service. He locked the front door himself. He always did. He drove home to his house in Bel Air, a house that was large enough to communicate success and tasteful enough to communicate that the success was not new. And he poured a glass of Burgundy and sat in his study and did not think about Delia Marsh, and did not think about the man in the jeans, and did not think about anything that might have required him to examine the premises on which he had built his life. He would have, at this point in the story, approximately 3 weeks left of not thinking about any of it. The letter arrived on January 8th. It came through his attorney, a man named Stuart Prawl, who had handled Roland's business affairs since the opening of Vesper in 2019, and who had the professional quality of delivering bad news in the same neutral tone he used for good news, which Roland had always appreciated in the abstract, and now found, sitting across from Stuart in his Wilshire Boulevard office on a Tuesday morning, unexpectedly difficult to read. The letter was from a firm representing Melrose Meridian LLC. Roland looked at the name of the entity. He did not recognize it. He turned the letter over, as though the back might offer clarification it had declined to put on the front. It did not. "Who is Melrose Meridian LLC?" he said. "The new ownership entity for your building," Stuart said. "All 4 buildings on that section of the block, actually. The acquisition completed in December." Roland set the letter down on the desk. "I wasn't informed," he said. "You weren't required to be," Stuart said. "Your lease agreement is with the property, not the owner. A change of ownership doesn't trigger notification unless specifically stipulated, and your lease doesn't stipulate it." Roland looked at him. "Who are the principals?" he said. Stuart placed his hands flat on the desk, in the way of a man delivering information he finds mildly interesting himself. "The ownership entity has a registered agent in California. Beyond that, the principals aren't publicly disclosed. It's a private acquisition." Roland picked up the letter again and read it properly this time, with the full attention he had initially withheld from it, because some part of him had assumed it would resolve into something routine before he reached the end. It did not resolve into something routine. The terms were as follows. His lease, which had 18 months remaining at its current rate, would be honored in full. At the conclusion of the 18 months, a renewal would be available at a rate 40% above his current rent. The renewal terms would also remove a clause that had existed in his original lease, a clause Roland had negotiated himself, carefully, in 2019, through 2 weeks of back and forth that he had considered at the time a significant professional victory. The clause had specified that the building management would not lease any other ground-floor commercial space in the block to a competing dining establishment during Roland's tenancy. It was an exclusivity provision. It had cost him a higher base rent to obtain, and he had considered the trade-off worth it because it meant that whatever else happened on that block, he would be the only restaurant. The new ownership was removing it. Roland read this section of the letter 3 times. He was not a man who frightened easily, but he was a man of considerable business intelligence, and his business intelligence was now telling him, in clear and unambiguous terms, that the removal of this clause meant exactly one thing. Someone was opening another restaurant on his block. He looked at Stewart. "There's more," Stewart said. He slid a second document across the desk. It was a notice of new commercial tenancy for the corner unit, the largest ground-floor space in the block, the one that had been vacant since the juice bar closed in early 2022. The unit Roland had always privately considered insurance. Empty space that generated no competition and served, in the ambient geography of the block, to make Vesper feel like the natural and necessary center of things. The new tenant was identified as Ruth's LLC, Principal D. Marsh. The occupancy date was March 1st, 2024. Roland stared at the name. D. Marsh. He said it aloud, quietly, in the way you say something when you are testing whether hearing it out loud changes its meaning. It did not change its meaning. Stewart watched him with the careful neutrality of a man who understood that his job in this moment was to be present and useful, rather than interpretive. "Is there anything in the current lease that prevents this?" Roland said. "No," Stewart said. "The exclusivity clause prevented competing dining establishments. That clause is being removed. The new tenancy commences after removal. It's been structured correctly." "By whom?" "By whoever is advising Melrose Meridian LLC," Stewart said. "Who is, based on the quality of the documentation, a very good attorney." Roland sat back in his chair. He was thinking now, not the surface thinking of a man processing information, but the deeper, less comfortable thinking of a man beginning to understand that a sequence of events he believed had no connection to him is in fact, has always been, entirely about him. He thought about Delia Marsh. He thought about the conversation in his office on December 1st, the resignation he had accepted because he had no mechanism for accepting what was actually happening, which was not an employee leaving, but a world turning in a direction he had not anticipated and could not reverse. He thought about what she had said when he asked her why. "I need it to be mine. That's all. That's the whole reason." He had not understood it then. He was beginning to understand it now. And then, because Roland Fitch was, whatever his considerable failings, genuinely intelligent, he thought about something else. He thought about the timing. Delia had resigned December 1st. The new tenancy commenced March 1st. 66 days to design, build out, staff, license, and open a restaurant. That was not impossible. He knew that timeline was achievable if the resources were there, but it was ambitious. It was the timeline of a project that had been planned before the resignation. It was the timeline of a project that was already in motion when Delia was still working at his pass, plating linguine, running his kitchen. He thought about the block being purchased in December. He thought about the exclusivity clause being removed with surgical precision. He thought about the corner unit, the specific unit, the one with the morning light, the best commercial space on the block, being designated for a restaurant. He thought about how these things do not arrange themselves. Someone had arranged them. And sitting in Stuart Prall's office on Wilshire Boulevard on a Tuesday morning in January, Roland Fitch arrived, for the first time, at the question he should have been asking since October. He drove back to Vesper in a condition he would not have described as distress, because Roland Fitch did not easily use words like distress about himself, but which was, in fact, a close relative of it. He sat in his office for a long time, without doing anything. The restaurant was quiet around him. The kitchen was dark, the dining room chairs still upturned on the tables from the previous evening's closing, the particular vacancy of a restaurant in daylight that always struck him slightly differently than the vacancy of other empty rooms. An empty restaurant had a quality of suspension, of something that was entirely itself only in the evenings, that spent its daytime hours in a kind of held breath, waiting to become real again. He had loved this quality once. He was less certain of how he felt about it right now. He opened his laptop. He searched for Melrose Meridian LLC. He found the registered agent, a business services company in Sacramento, the kind of entity that existed specifically to appear in searches like this and provide no useful information beyond its own existence. He found the filings, which were legally complete and informationally empty. He found nothing that pointed to a human being with a face and a history and a motive. He searched for Ruth's Restaurant Los Angeles. Nothing yet. The restaurant was not open. There was no website, no social media presence, no announcement. It existed currently only as an idea in the minds of the people building it, and, as of this morning, as a name on a document on Stuart Prahl's desk. He searched for Delia Marsh. He found what he already knew: her professional history, the restaurants she had worked at, a brief mention in a Los Angeles Times review of Vesper from the previous year that called the food the work of a chef of rare and serious talent. He found a small profile from a trade publication that had interviewed her 5 years ago, a piece so brief it was almost an oversight, a paragraph that described her background and her trajectory and her commitment to what she called food that remembers something. He sat with this phrase for a while. Food that remembers something. He thought about his own restaurant. He thought about what his food remembered. He thought about Le Cordon Bleu, and Paris, and Tokyo, and New York, and all the great meals he had eaten in great rooms, and he thought about whether any of those meals had been about remembering something, or whether they had been about something else, about the room itself, about the experience of being in the room, about the particular pleasure of belonging to a category of person who ate in rooms like that. He thought about Delia's linguine. He thought about the fact that he had eaten Delia's linguine hundreds of times over 4 years, and had always assessed it as excellent, technically precise, flavor profile exceptional, consistent to an extraordinary degree, without ever once thinking about what it remembered. He thought about Marcus Webb, whoever Marcus Webb was. He did not know Marcus Webb. He did not know anything about a retired school janitor from Koreatown, or a conversation in a coffee shop, or a Norton commando breaking down on Olympic Boulevard in the rain. He had no access to any of that. No window into the world of ordinary people living ordinary lives in the city he had spent 4 years building a restaurant in, without ever fully considering what the city actually contained. He knew Bel Air. He knew the part of West Hollywood that contained Vesper. He knew Le Cordon Bleu, and the restaurants of Paris and Tokyo. He knew Jeffrey, his Thursday regular, and the wine distributors, and the food critics, and the Hospitality Association board members. He had built an entire professional world at a very specific altitude and had not looked down in years. He closed his laptop. He sat in his office, and he did something he had not done in a very long time. He tried to think honestly, not defensively, not the way we usually think about ourselves, with the unconscious lawyering that keeps us from seeing what we are not yet ready to see, but honestly, with the part of himself that he rarely consulted because it tended to say things he found uncomfortable. He thought about the evening of October 12th. He reconstructed it. The door opening, the man in the dark jeans, the assessment, quick, automatic, below the level of full conscious decision, that the man was not the kind of person the room was for. The application of the dress code, which was real, and which Roland had written himself, and which he enforced consistently, without selectivity. The volume at which he had enforced it. This was the thing he found himself unable to move past. He had not spoken quietly. He had not leaned toward the man and said, in the discreet tone of a person genuinely committed to hospitality, who regretted an awkward necessity, that the restaurant had a dress requirement that the gentleman unfortunately did not meet this evening. He could have done this. It would have taken 12 words. The man would have understood. He would have left. The people in the waiting area would not have heard. Nothing would have been made into a performance. Roland had not done this. He had spoken at full volume. He had used a tone that went beyond policy enforcement into something else. Something that communicated, clearly enough that a young hostess had stared at the floor and two women at a window table had found their menus suddenly fascinating. That the man's failure to meet the dress code was not an unfortunate logistical circumstance, but a confirmation of a category judgment that Roland had already made. He had wanted the room to hear. He had wanted the room to understand that he was the arbiter of who belonged. He had wanted the performance of it, the public assertion of his authority over the atmosphere he had created. He had not known in that moment that he was performing for the entire block. He had not known that the young hostess would give notice 3 weeks later and tell 4 people why. He had not known that Delia Marsh was in the kitchen plating linguine and that her daughter was in the waiting area watching the whole thing. He had not known that the man in the jeans was already known to someone who knew about the block, or that the block was moving, or that the corner space with the morning light was about to become the most important real estate decision he had not made. He had known none of this. But here was the thing that Roland Fitch sat with, alone in his office on a Tuesday afternoon in January, the restaurant dark and suspended around him in its daytime-held breath. Not knowing was not the same as not being responsible. He had made the choice he made in full possession of everything he needed to make a different one. He had the information that the man was a person, and that persons deserved a baseline of dignity that did not require them to be dressed correctly to receive it. He had the awareness that his voice was carrying. He had the understanding, if he reached for it, if he was willing to reach for it, that the dress code was his rule, and his rules were his choices, and his choices reflected his values, and his values were worth examining. He had not reached for it. He sat with this. He sat with it for a long time, in the quiet of the empty restaurant, the chairs upturned on the tables, the kitchen dark behind the swinging door that Delia Marsh would never push open again. Outside his office window, the block was changing. He could not see it from where he sat, but it was happening. Petra Vance's crew had been in the corner unit for 2 weeks now, moving with the efficient purpose of people who understood what they were building and had been given the resources to build it properly. The east-facing windows had been cleaned to a transparency that made the morning light behave differently than it had in years. The exposed brick of the interior wall had been stripped of the paint that had been applied at some point in the unit's history, by someone who did not understand what they were covering. The bones of the space were emerging. They were good bones. They were the bones of a room that had been waiting to become the right thing for a long time. Delia came every other day to check the progress. She would stand in the middle of the space in the morning light and look at what was being uncovered, and think about where the tables would go, and how the kitchen needed to be arranged, and what the wall behind the counter should say. She had not decided yet about the wall. She was waiting for the right thing to arrive, the way she waited for the right ingredient, not forcing it, trusting that she would know it when it came. Theo had called her the day after she signed the lease agreement, because he had heard, from Caitlin at the real estate firm, who had heard from a colleague, that the corner unit on Melrose had been leased to a restaurant called Ruth's, Principal D. Marsh. He had called her at 7 in the morning. She had answered on the first ring because she was already awake, already on the balcony, already making plans. "Chef," Theo said, without preamble, without greeting. "Tell me you need a line cook." "I need a line cook," she said. "I'll give notice today." "Give it properly," she said. 2 weeks, don't burn it." "I know," he said. "Chef, He stopped. She could hear him in his apartment in Riverside, 22 years old and serious with feeling. "I'm really glad." "Me too, Theo," she said. "Me too." Mariana called that afternoon. She did not ask if there was a position. She said, with the precision that defined her, "I want to be your sous chef. Tell me the opening timeline, and I'll arrange everything on my end accordingly." Delia told her March 15th. Mariana said, "I'll be ready." Ben, the gentle, enormous second sous chef, sent a text that said simply, "If there's room, I'd like to come. No pressure. Just wanted you to know." There was room. Crispin, she called herself, on a Sunday afternoon, knowing he would be home because Crispin spent his Sundays at home, cooking for himself with the same attention he brought to everything, treating the meals he made alone with the same respect he would have given a table of guests. He answered. She explained. There was a silence. "Is it yours?" Crispin said finally, in the careful English of a man who had built the language from the ground up and used it with corresponding respect. "It's mine," she said. Another silence. Longer. "Then yes," Crispin said. Roland Fitch found out that the investor was Keanu Reeves on January 22nd. He found out the way most people find out things they have been circling without reaching, not through a revelation, but through an accumulation of small pieces that finally assembled themselves into an image he could not avoid seeing. It was Caitlin from the real estate firm, speaking to Theo, speaking to a friend of Theo's who happened to know someone who had worked at a property management company that had dealt with David Park's office during the acquisition process. The kind of chain that information travels in a city like Los Angeles, where everyone is connected to everyone else by approximately 2.5 people, rather than the theoretical 6. The name arrived on his phone as a text from a colleague who had heard and assumed Roland would find it interesting. "Heard the new landlord on your block is Keanu Reeves. Small world." Roland read the text, standing at his kitchen counter in Bel Air at 7 a.m., still in his robe, holding his coffee. He read it 3 times. Then he set down his coffee and stood very still for a moment, the way a person stands when they have just felt the floor shift and are waiting to find out if it will stop shifting or continue. It stopped. He picked up his coffee. He stood at his kitchen counter in the early morning light, and he thought about October 12th, the glass door, the dark jeans, the one quiet nod, the man who had said thank you and walked back out into the night, without anger or argument or any indication of what was forming quietly in his mind. He thought about what he had said. "You're welcome to try the diner on the corner." The corner. He looked at his coffee. He did not make any calls that morning. He did not contact Stuart Prawl. He did not send a message to Melrose Meridian LLC or attempt to find a number for David Park's office. He did not do anything with the information, except sit with it, in the full discomfort of a man who has arrived at a moment of genuine reckoning and cannot, this time, find the administrative or logistical mechanism that will allow him to file the discomfort away. Because here was the truth, and Roland Fitch was, in the end, underneath the blazer and the pocket square and the 30 years of inherited philosophy about how the world was organized, a man capable of arriving at truth if it came at him with enough clarity and force to get through the defenses. The truth was this: he had looked at a man and decided, in the time it takes to draw a breath, that the man was not worth the full cost of common courtesy. He had made this decision not because of anything the man had done, but because of what the man was wearing. And he had performed that decision in public, loudly, in a way that was not about maintaining a standard, but about something older and uglier than that. Something that had lived in him since a house in Greenwich, Connecticut, absorbed from a man who had absorbed it from the men before him. A philosophy that sorted people by surface and called the sorting wisdom. He had done this. And the man he had done it to had said thank you and walked out, and then, quietly and without malice, had bought the street. Not out of revenge. Roland understood this now, sitting in his kitchen in the early morning light, with the slow, uncomfortable grace of someone learning something true about another person by examining what they did rather than what they said. Not revenge. Something else. Something that had to do with a woman named Delia Marsh and a restaurant called Ruth's, and a walk-in table that would always be open, and the specific conviction that everyone deserved a seat, not because they had planned for it, but because they had shown up. Roland set down his coffee cup. He picked up his phone. He opened the messages from his contact and stared at the name. Then he did something he had not expected to do. He felt ashamed. Not the shallow, performance-adjacent shame of a person who has been caught. The shame that is really just embarrassment, wearing a more serious expression. Real shame. The kind that sits in you at the cellular level, that requires no audience, that exists entirely between you and your most honest understanding of yourself. He set the phone down. He looked out his kitchen window at the Bel Air morning, the green hills, the clean sky, the neighborhood arranged in its beautiful and insulated altitude above the rest of the city. He thought about Delia's linguine. He had eaten it hundreds of times and never once asked her what it remembered. He thought that this, too, was something worth examining. He was not yet sure what he would do with the examination. He was not sure if doing something was even the right response, or whether the right response was simply to sit with the discomfort and let it do its work. The slow, unglamorous work of changing a person from the inside out, without announcement, without credit, without the performance of transformation that is often just the original performance, wearing different clothes. He did not know yet, but he was sitting with it. And sitting with it was, for Roland Fitch, on a January morning in the 44th year of his life, something genuinely new. 3 miles west, in the corner unit on Melrose Avenue, Petra Vance's crew was installing the east-facing windows. They were larger than the original frames. Petra had made this recommendation, and Delia had agreed immediately, because larger windows meant more of the morning light, and more of the morning light meant more of what Petra had described and Delia had understood at once. The light that comes through those windows would make whoever is in that space feel like the world is glad they're there. The windows went in at 9 o'clock in the morning, and when they were in place and the protective covering was removed, the light came through them in a way that stopped Petra's crew entirely for a moment. Not because they were sentimental people, particularly, but because the light was genuinely doing something remarkable to the interior of the space, turning the exposed brick warm and the bare floor golden, and the whole room into a version of itself that looked, in that light, like the beginning of something. Petra stood in the middle of the space and looked at what the light was doing. She took out her phone and called Delia. "Come see the windows," she said. When Delia answered, "Now," Delia said. "Now," Petra said. "Before the light changes. You need to see it now." Delia drove from Silver Lake in 20 minutes. She parked on Melrose, 3 doors down from the gold letters of Vesper's sign, and walked to the corner unit, and pushed open the door that did not yet have a sign above it, but would, soon, have a name. She stepped into the light. She stood in the middle of the space, the empty space, the bones of it, the brick and the floor and the bare walls and the windows now fully open to the morning, and the light came through the east-facing glass and landed on everything in the room with the specific, unearned generosity of light that does not decide who deserves it. It landed on Delia. She stood in it. She thought about Ruth in the kitchen on Frenchman Street, the jasmine on the porch, the Sunday morning smell of the whole world being made good. She thought about Simone on the sidewalk. She thought about a man in dark jeans walking out into the October night with a single quiet nod, already beginning, in the most deliberate and unhurried way, to make a different door. She thought about the walk-in table that would sit just inside the entrance, always set, always open, requiring nothing of whoever sat down except their presence. She looked at the wall behind where the counter would be, and she knew, standing in the morning light of the corner unit on Melrose Avenue on a January day in 2024, what the wall should say. She called Giselle. "I know what goes on the wall," she said. "Tell me," Giselle said. Delia told her. Giselle was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Your grandmother said that?" "Every time," Delia said. "Every single time someone came through her door." Another silence. "I'll need a good brush," Giselle said, "and the right paint. And you're going to have to let me practice the lettering first, because my handwriting is distinctive," Delia said. "Exactly," Giselle said. "Give me a week." Delia stood in the light of the corner windows and looked at the blank wall and saw, in the way that people see things that are about to be real, exactly what it would say. "Come in. You're just in time." "Exactly," Giselle said. "Give me a week." Delia stood in the light of the corner windows and looked at the blank wall and saw, in the way that people see things that are about to be real, exactly what it would say. "Come in. You're just in time." Giselle took 11 days, not 7, because she practiced the lettering 17 times on a roll of butcher paper spread across her classroom floor after her third graders went home, staying until the janitor asked her politely to leave on 4 separate evenings, and then staying until he stopped asking because he had begun to understand that the woman with the paintbrush was doing something that mattered, and the mopping could wait. She tried 6 different brushes. She tried 3 different shades of the color Delia had chosen. A warm ivory, close to cream, close to the color of the biscuits in Ruth's notebook, which Delia had brought to the paint store and held against the sample cards until she found the one that matched. She practiced the capital C of "come" 41 times. On the 11th day, a Saturday in late January, she drove to Melrose Avenue with her best brush and a jar of the ivory paint, and a mason jar of water, and a cloth tucked into her coat pocket. And she stood in front of the wall behind the counter of the not-yet-open restaurant called Ruth's, and she painted the letters freehand, without a guide, without pencil marks, without anything to correct if she went wrong. She did not go wrong. The letters went on the wall in the morning light, large and unhurried and imperfect in the specific way of something made by a human hand rather than a machine, the particular beauty of imperfection that carries within it the evidence of the person who made it, the slight variation in pressure, the place where the brush lifted a fraction early, the final E of time that curved just barely more than the others, as if making a small private bow at the end of the sentence. "Come in. You're just in time." Delia stood back and looked at it. Giselle stood beside her, the brush still in her hand, a small spot of ivory paint on her left cheek that she would not notice until she got home. Neither of them said anything for a long moment. Then Delia said very quietly, "She would have loved it." "I know," Giselle said. They stood in the light of the corner windows and looked at the wall that Ruth had never seen, and that was, entirely and unmistakably, hers. The weeks between the wall and the opening were the most concentrated period of work Delia had done in her professional life, which was a statement that required a significant understanding of how much work her professional life had already contained. There was the kitchen build-out, Petra's crew working in shifts, the commercial equipment arriving in a sequence that Delia had orchestrated with the care of a conductor managing a very complicated score. Because the order of installation mattered, and the sequence had to account for the gas lines and the ventilation and the cold storage configuration that Delia had designed herself on graph paper at her kitchen table at 2 in the morning over the course of 3 weeks. There was the licensing. The city of Los Angeles required a health permit, a business license, a seller's permit, a signage permit, an occupancy certificate, and approximately 9,000 forms that existed in a bureaucratic ecosystem designed, it sometimes seemed to Delia, by people who had never tried to open a restaurant and had therefore not noticed that the forms required to open a restaurant made it nearly impossible to open a restaurant. She navigated this with the help of a licensing consultant named Jerome Okafor, who had been through the process 40 times, and whose primary value was not knowledge of the system, but immunity to the frustration of the system, which he had achieved through a combination of professional experience and a personal philosophy that Delia found both practical and profound. The form always gets filed eventually. The only question is how much of yourself you spend being angry at the form before you file it. She stopped being angry at the forms by the second week of February. She filed them all by the end of the second week of March. There was the menu. She had the notebook, 32 dishes, 11 years of refinement, and the menu that would open with Ruth's would be a selection of 14 of them, the ones that felt most essential, most true to the spirit of the place. She cooked each one in the new kitchen during the 2 weeks before opening, calibrating the equipment, adjusting for the slight variations in heat distribution that every new kitchen required, finding the precise relationship between the new stove and the reduction times and the behavior of the new pans, which were good pans. David Park had included a kitchen equipment budget that had made Delia briefly speechless when she read it. She had called David to verify the number. He had confirmed it was correct. She had called Keanu. "The equipment budget," she said. "Yes," he said. "It's too much," she said. "It's what a kitchen needs," he said. "Keanu." "Delia," he said, gently but with full weight behind it, in precisely the same tone she had used with Roland Fitch in the office on December 1st. "Get the right pans." She got the right pans. The team assembled in the first week of March for what Delia called, without any particular ceremony, the first real day. She did not make a speech. She had never made speeches. She had led kitchens for 27 years, through presence rather than declaration, through the evidence, daily and specific, of how she treated the work and the people doing it. But she did do one thing. She brought the notebook. She set it on the stainless steel counter at the center of the kitchen, the counter that was now hers, in the kitchen that was now hers, in the restaurant that was now hers, and she opened it to the first page, and she left it there, open, for the whole day. Anyone who wanted to look at it could look at it. Theo looked at it 3 times. The third time, he stood reading the margin notes for a full 5 minutes without moving. And when he looked up, his face had the expression of someone who has just been given a significant piece of information about where they are and what they are doing there. Mariana looked at it once, briefly, with the focused economy of someone absorbing what they need. Then she went back to work. But later, during a quiet moment in the afternoon, she came and stood beside Delia at the stove and said, in a voice she kept low enough that it belonged only to the two of them, "My grandmother's name was Esperanza. She made tamales at Christmas that people still talk about in my family, and she died in 2009, and I never learned the recipe, and I've been trying to reconstruct it ever since." A pause. "I understand what this place is for." Delia did not say anything. She put her hand briefly on Mariana's shoulder. That was enough. Ama, the young cook, 20 years old, serious and watchful, had been hired after Delia met her through a culinary school instructor she knew, who had called her in February and said, without preamble, "I have a student you need to meet. She reminds me of someone." When Delia met Ama, she understood immediately who the instructor meant. The watchfulness. The hunger underneath the professionalism. The way she looked at a technique as though she was memorizing it, not just with her mind, but with some deeper level of herself that would retain it permanently. Delia recognized all of this. She had been this person once. She gave Ama the station next to her own. Ben came quietly and took the station across from Theo without being told which station was his, because Ben had the spatial intelligence of someone who understood how kitchens worked at a molecular level and always found the right place without requiring direction. Crispin arrived last, as he always did. Not late, but last, which was his way of giving everyone else the space to settle before he settled himself. He set up his station with the same economical precision he brought to everything, arranged his towels in the specific configuration he had used for 23 years, and then began the quiet preliminary work of a man who is exactly where he is supposed to be. At 4 p.m., when the light came through the east-facing windows at the angle that turned the kitchen warm and golden, Delia looked around at the people in it. She thought, "This is mine." Not the building belonged to the lease agreement. Not the equipment belonged to the good pans and the budget, and David Park's careful management of someone else's generosity. Not even the menu exactly. The menu belonged to 27 years of kitchens, and Ruth's kitchen, and the notebook, and every meal she had ever eaten that had taught her something. What was hers was this: the specific assembly of these specific people in this specific light, doing this specific work, because she had spent 27 years earning the trust of the people beside her, and they had decided, without being asked to decide, that where she went, they would go. That was hers. She turned back to the stove. "Let's cook," she said. The sign went up on March 1st. Giselle painted it herself. The exterior sign, smaller than the interior wall, mounted above the door in the space where a restaurant's name announces itself to the street. She had practiced this one even more carefully than the wall lettering, because this one faced Melrose Avenue and would be the first thing anyone saw, and it needed to communicate, before a single person had pushed open the door, exactly what kind of place this was. She used the same ivory paint, the same brush, the same careful freehand that carried within it the slight imperfection of the human hand. Ruth's below the name, smaller, in the same lettering. "Come in. You're just in time." Delia stood on the sidewalk and looked at it for a long time. 3 doors down, the gold letters of Vesper caught the afternoon light in their usual way. Precise, deliberate, immovable. She did not look at them. She looked at her own sign. Then she went inside to finish preparing for the opening 2 weeks away. The cardboard sign went in the window on March 1st as well. The announcement that Giselle had lettered by hand on a piece of cardboard from a box that had contained kitchen equipment. Ruth's. Opening March 15th. Everyone welcome. No reservations required for the walk-in table. That was all it said. No description of the cuisine. No Instagram handle. No mention of the chef or the owner or the investor or any of the chain of events that had produced this particular restaurant in this particular corner space with these particular windows. Just the date, the welcome, and the walk-in table. Within 48 hours, Theo's friend Caitlin had posted a photograph of the sign on her personal social media account with a caption that said simply, "New restaurant opening on Melrose. Walk-in table always available. No dress code. Looks like exactly what we've been missing." She had 400 followers. By the following morning, the post had been shared 640 times. March 15th arrived the way important days always arrive, with the ordinary quality of any other morning. The sun coming up at its usual time, the city beginning its usual noise. The specific unremarkableness of a day that does not yet know it is significant. Delia arrived at Ruth's at 5 a.m. She had not slept much, not from anxiety. She was past anxiety, but from the particular alertness of someone whose body understands that today is different and has decided to be fully awake for it, regardless of what the person would prefer. She made coffee in the kitchen from the small machine she had put on the counter beside the prep area. Not a commercial machine, just a regular home coffee maker. Because she had learned in her years of kitchen work that a regular home coffee maker in a commercial kitchen had a quality of normalcy, of humanity, that kept the space from becoming only a machine. She stood at the counter with her coffee, and she looked at her kitchen. It was ready. Everything was in its place with the specific completeness of a space that has been prepared for something and is now simply waiting for the something to begin. The pans were clean and hung and organized by size. The mise en place was set out in the system Delia had developed over decades. the particular arrangement that was hers, that her hands knew the way hands know any language they have spoken long enough to stop thinking about. The broth was already on. She had started it the previous evening and left it on low overnight. The clam broth, reducing slowly, the hours working on it in the way that hours work on good things when you give them enough time and enough trust. At 6, Mariana arrived. Then Ben. Then Theo, who appeared with a bag of pastries from a bakery in Silver Lake and set them on the counter without comment, because Theo expressed affection through food and proximity, and had learned this about himself without entirely meaning to. Amma arrived at 6:15, earlier than she had been asked to come, wearing her chef's whites that were new enough to still be slightly stiff, and that she had pressed the previous evening with the care of someone putting on armor for a significant occasion. Crispin arrived last. He took off his coat. He tied his apron. He arranged his towels. He began, softly and without self-consciousness, to sing. The song was an old one, a corrido, from Oaxaca, that his mother had sung when he was small, that was about a river, and the distance between the place you came from and the place you arrived, and the way love crossed both. He sang it at a volume that was just above silence, the way he always sang, the sound belonging to the kitchen rather than performing for it. Delia heard it and felt something settle in her chest. The kitchen was in rhythm. They were ready. At 5 p.m., Delia unlocked the front door and turned the cardboard sign in the window from closed to open. She stepped back inside. She looked at the room, the mismatched wooden tables, the chairs that did not match each other but matched the room, the east-facing windows that in the evening light held the last of the day's warmth in a way that made the interior feel like the hour just before something good happens. She looked at the walk-in table. It was the table just inside the entrance, positioned so that it was the first thing you saw when you pushed open the door. It was set for 2, because Delia had decided that the walk-in table would always be set for 2, intimate enough to feel personal, open enough to welcome whoever walked in, alone or together. There was a small card on the table. The card said, in Giselle's handwriting, "This table is yours. No reservation needed. We're glad you're here." At 5:01 p.m., the door opened. The couple who came through the door were in their 70s. The woman had white hair cut close to her head and wore a fleece jacket in a shade of green that had faded from whatever it had originally been into something softer and more honest. The man beside her had paint on his left shoe, a small irregular spot of yellow ochre, the kind you get from a home project, the kind you do not notice until you are already out of the house. They had been walking past and seen the sign. They had looked at the sign and then at each other, with the particular look of two people who have been making small decisions together for so long that the communication required to make them has been reduced to its absolute minimum. A glance, a slight movement of the head, a mutual understanding arrived at without words. They came in. Delia was at the pass. She saw them come through the door. She watched them look at the walk-in table, read the small card, and then look at each other again with the same minimal communication. They sat down. The woman set her bag on the empty chair beside her. The man looked around the room with the comfortable curiosity of someone who is not performing interest, but genuinely has it. Their server that evening was a young woman named Precious, 26, from Houston, with the quality of making people feel immediately and specifically seen that was either a natural gift or something acquired through very attentive living, and in Precious's case, was probably both. She brought them water and the menu, 1 page, printed on plain paper, the font nothing distinctive, the design as simple as Delia could make it, without it feeling unfinished. The woman looked at the menu. She looked at it for a long time, and Precious, who had the wisdom not to rush this, waited. The woman said, "The linguine." The man said, "The same." And then, after a beat, "And the bread pudding," for after. Precious wrote it down and went to the pass. Delia received the ticket. She looked at it for a moment. The first ticket, the first real order, the first test of whether everything she had built in her imagination and in her notebook and in 27 years of other people's kitchens translated into the real and specific experience of two people in their 70s in fleece jackets sitting at the walk-in table on a Friday evening in March. She made the linguine. She made it the way she had always made it, with the full cost of her attention, with the broth that had been reducing since the previous evening, with the pasta cut to the width she had determined through pure repetition was exactly right, with the clams placed with care and the parsley torn rather than cut, and the 2 seconds of looking at the plate before calling it that she always took, not as a performance of precision, but as an actual act of assessment, the cook's final check that the thing in front of her was what it was meant to be. It was, she called it. Precious carried it to table 2, the walk-in table, and set it in front of the woman in the green fleece jacket. The woman looked at the bowl. She picked up her fork. She took one bite. She set her fork down. She looked at her husband, and her husband looked at her, and between them passed one of those looks that long marriages produce. The look that contains everything they have shared, and all the meals they have eaten, and all the ordinary evenings that have accumulated into a life, a whole actual life, and that can be ignited by something as simple as a bowl of pasta that tastes like someone genuinely cared what happened to you when you walked through their door. She picked up her fork and took another bite. She did not set it down again for a long time. The bread pudding went out at 7:15 p.m. Delia made it herself, for as long as she was able, because the annotation in the notebook was not just a culinary instruction, it was a promise. Do not change a single thing. She had not changed a single thing. The bread was the same. The ratio was the same. The amount of vanilla, measured not with a spoon but with the specific pour of someone who had made this enough times that the measurement lived in their hand rather than in a tool, was exactly the same. It went out in a wide, shallow bowl, the pudding warm from the oven, the sauce poured around it rather than over it, preserving the top crust that Ruth had always said was the best part, and that Delia had come to believe was the best part, for the same reason Ruth had believed it. Because it showed what heat could do to something ordinary when you gave it enough time and enough trust. At 10 p.m., when the restaurant had moved through its first service, and the kitchen was beginning the wind-down, and Crispin's song had shifted to something slower, and Theo was leaning against the counter with the specific exhaustion of someone who has worked very hard and is happy about it, the woman in the green fleece jacket appeared at the pass-through window. Delia was at her station. The woman said, "Excuse me." Delia looked up. "I need to tell you something," the woman said. Delia came to the window. The woman was perhaps 73 or 74, with dark eyes that were completely alert, and a manner that suggested she had spent a lifetime saying what she meant, without apology, and saw no reason to stop. "That was the best meal I have had in Los Angeles," she said, "in 40 years of living here." Delia held this. "Thank you," she said. "What's your name?" "Beverly," the woman said. "Beverly Kwan." "Thank you, Beverly," Delia said. "Please come back." Beverly Kwan looked at her for a moment. "Oh, we'll be back," she said, in the tone of someone making a statement about the nature of reality rather than a social promise. "My husband is already talking about next week." She went back to her husband, who was putting on his coat and had the expression of a man who is very pleased with how an evening has gone. They walked out through the door into the Melrose Avenue night. Delia watched them go. She turned back to her kitchen. "First table," she said, to no one in particular, to all of them. Theo raised a spoon. Mariana nodded once. Crispin kept singing. By 9 p.m. the line outside had stretched half a block. Not because of a review, not because of a social media campaign, not because anyone famous had been seen there, or any publication had deemed it worth the column space. Because Beverly Kwan had called her daughter from the parking lot at 8 p.m., and her daughter had called her friend who worked as a nurse at Cedars-Sinai, and the nurse had texted 3 people during her break, and one of those 3 people had posted a single sentence. "Went to Ruth's on Melrose tonight, and I'm still thinking about the bread pudding." And the sentence had moved through the city the way real things move, not with the velocity of manufactured attention, but with the quiet, unstoppable momentum of something true. Precious managed the line with the same quality she brought to everything, making each person waiting feel seen, not managed. She learned names. She brought water to people standing outside. She did not promise specific wait times because she had learned from Delia that an honest long estimate was kinder than a comfortable short one that turned into a disappointment. People waited. They waited because the sign in the window had said, "Everyone welcome," and they had believed it. And standing in the line on the sidewalk in the warm March evening, they could see, through the east-facing windows, the warm interior of the room, and the people eating in it, and the wall behind the counter with the ivory letters, and they could feel, even from the sidewalk, that something in there was real. Inside, Delia did not know about the line until Precious came to the pass at 9:15 and said, with the calm of someone delivering information she trusts will be received well, "Chef, there are 40 people outside." Delia looked at her. "Are they comfortable?" she said. "I have them on the water," Precious said. "Good." Delia turned back to the stove. "We'll get to everyone we can tonight, and we'll be better tomorrow." Precious went back out. The kitchen kept cooking. Keanu Reeves came in on the 4th night, Tuesday, March 19th. He came alone, which was how he usually went to restaurants. He parked the Norton Commando on Melrose Avenue, removed his helmet, ran one hand through his slightly flattened hair, and walked to the corner unit with the sign above the door that said Ruth's in ivory letters that caught the streetlight in a way that made them look warm rather than bright. He pushed open the door. He looked at the walk-in table. There were 2 people already at it, a young couple, early 20s, who had come straight from work in whatever they were wearing, neither of them dressed for anything in particular, both of them leaning toward each other over the menu with the ease of people who are happy. He did not take the walk-in table. He waited. Precious found him a seat at the counter, a long wooden counter that ran along the side of the room, with stools that faced the pass-through window to the kitchen, from which you could see the cooks working. Keanu sat at the counter and watched the kitchen through the window with the attentiveness of someone who found what he was seeing genuinely interesting, which he did. He watched Delia at her station. He watched the way she moved through the kitchen, not the frantic energy of a stressed cook, but the flowing, unhurried efficiency of someone who was exactly equal to what she was doing, who had spent enough years in kitchens that the work had become a kind of fluency, the way speaking a language becomes fluency when you have been inside it long enough that you stop translating. He watched Amma at the station beside Delia, watching Delia with the total absorption of a young person in the presence of mastery. He watched Crispin. He could not hear the song from where he sat. The kitchen noise absorbed it, but he could see Crispin's lips moving slightly, the low, continuous sound of a man who was happy, and he recognized it for what it was, without needing to hear it. Delia came out of the kitchen when Precious told her he was there. She did not change anything about herself before coming out. She came in her chef's whites with a towel over her shoulder and a small spot of broth on her left sleeve that she had not noticed and did not notice now. She sat across the counter from him. She had brought the linguine, which she set in front of him without asking, because she knew he had come here because of the linguine, and because serving someone the thing they came for, without requiring them to ask for it, was one of the small, significant acts of hospitality that her grandmother had practiced, and that Delia had absorbed without knowing she was absorbing it. He looked at the bowl. He picked up his fork. He took one bite. He was quiet for a moment in the way that Beverly Kwan had been quiet. The particular silence of someone receiving information through food, the body registering what the mind is still processing. He took another bite. Delia watched him. He looked up. "How is it?" she said. He looked at the bowl. He looked at the wall behind the counter, at the ivory letters in Giselle's careful, imperfect, unmistakably human hand. He looked back at Delia. Marcus was right, he said. Delia smiled, not a large smile, not a performed smile, but the real and unguarded smile of someone who has arrived at exactly the place they were going and knows it. She sat with him for 12 minutes, while the kitchen ran without her. She had trained them well enough for 12 minutes, and she knew it, and they knew it, and the kitchen expressed this knowledge by running without a single hesitation for the entire 12 minutes she was gone. They talked about small things. The Norton Commando, she asked about it, and he told her about the BSA Lightning in his garage, the project bike, almost finished. She told him about the herb garden on her balcony, the plants just beginning to come back from their winter dormancy, the first small leaves appearing on the parsley stems that had been bare since November. She told him Giselle wanted credit for the sign. He said Giselle deserved credit for the sign. She told him that Beverly Kwan had come back on Sunday with her daughter, and that the daughter had brought a friend, and that the three of them had taken the walk-in table and stayed for 2 hours. He said, "Good, just that." The one word, clean and complete. She stood to go back to her kitchen. She paused. "Keanu," she said. He looked up. She did not have a prepared sentence. She had not planned to say anything beyond the ordinary conversation of the evening. But standing at the counter in her chef's whites in the restaurant with her grandmother's name above the door, she found that there was something she needed to say, and that it was, in its essence, very simple. "Thank you," she said. "Not for the lease, or the space, or the equipment budget." A pause. For finding the right thing, and then finding the right person for it. In that order. He looked at her for a moment. "You were always the right person," he said. "You just needed the right door." She went back to her kitchen. He finished his linguine. He ate the last of the broth with a piece of the bread that Delia had started baking on the second day of service. Ruth's bread. From the notebook, the recipe that was about plain ingredients treated with full attention. And he thought about Marcus, who had sent him here, and about Danny Osei in room 412, who wanted to be a motorcycle racer, and about the warm October night when he had walked out of a different restaurant 3 doors down and felt the small, clear signal of something that needed correcting. He looked at the walk-in table. The young couple from earlier had left. In their place was a man in his 60s, alone, in work clothes. A man who had clearly come straight from a job that required physical labor. The clothes said so, the hands said so, the particular quality of his tiredness said so. He was eating the gumbo. Delia had added it to the menu in the second week. Ruth's gumbo. The one that started with a 45-minute roux the color of something that has been through something and come out better. With the focused, complete attention of someone who has been working hard all day and has just encountered food that is meeting them where they are. The man had a book propped against the water glass. He was reading while he ate, occasionally looking up to take another spoonful of the gumbo, occasionally looking at the wall with the ivory letters, occasionally just sitting in the warmth of the room in his work clothes with his tired hands. No one had asked him to change before sitting down. No one had assessed his clothes or his hands or the quality of his tiredness. He had walked through the door. He had been told he was just in time. And here he was, eating the gumbo that started with a roux the color of something that had been through something and come out better. Keanu watched him for a moment. Then he put on his jacket, left a bill on the counter that was more than the meal, and walked out through the door into the Melrose Avenue night. He did not look at the gold letters 3 doors down. He put on his helmet. He started the Norton. He rode home through the warm March night, the city moving around him in every direction, and he was thinking about something his mother had said to him once, a long time ago, in a different version of his life, before the grief and after the early success, and somewhere in the middle of figuring out what kind of person he was going to be. She had said, "The best thing you can do with what you've been given is make sure someone else gets what they need. He rode the rest of the way home thinking about this. The Norton ran perfectly, the way it did when everything was right with it. The sound clean and honest and untroubled. He thought it was running about as well as he had ever heard it run. He rode the rest of the way home thinking about this. The Norton ran perfectly, the way it did when everything was right with it. The sound clean and honest and untroubled. He thought it was running about as well as he had ever heard it run. There is a thing that happens in stories. In real stories. The ones that actually occurred and left marks on the people inside them. Where the most important part turns out to be the part that was happening off stage the whole time. While the visible events were unfolding in the light, something else was moving in the dark, growing quietly, taking shape without announcement. And when it finally steps forward, it does not feel like a surprise so much as an inevitability. The thing you should have seen coming, because all the pieces were there, you simply had not yet been given permission to assemble them. This is that moment. We have told you about Keanu Reeves, and we have told you about Roland Fitch, and we have told you about the block, and the lease, and the walk-in table, and the morning light through the east-facing windows. But there is something we have not told you about Delia Marsh. Something that was present in the story from the very beginning. From the evening of October 12, 2023. From the moment Delia stood in her kitchen plating linguine she had started at 2 o'clock. That we have held back the way a good cook holds back the final seasoning, until the dish is nearly done. Because the final seasoning only works when everything else is already in place. The thing we have not told you is this. Delia had a daughter, and the daughter was there that night. And what the daughter did, not in October, but in the months that followed, quietly and without telling her mother, is the reason that Ruth's became something larger than a restaurant. Simone Marsh was 24 years old and had been a social worker for 2 years when she drove down from Oakland on October 12, 2023, to have dinner at the restaurant where her mother worked. We have told you some of this. We told you about the dinner, the 7 courses, the tasting menu that Delia built from memory, and the notebook, the conversation that moved from careful to honest as the evening progressed. We told you about the hug on the sidewalk and the words Simone said before she walked to her car. Make sure everybody knows they're welcome before they even reach the door. What we did not tell you was what Simone saw before she went inside. She had arrived at 7:15 p.m., 15 minutes before her reservation. She had parked on a side street and walked to Melrose Avenue and come to the door of Vesper and pushed it open and stood in the waiting area in her jacket from Target and her sneakers and the small gold earrings that had belonged to Jerome's mother. She had been standing there for approximately 4 minutes, looking at the menu posted near the hostess stand, getting her bearings, feeling the particular feeling of walking into a room that has decided its own importance and arranged everything accordingly, when the glass door opened behind her and a man in dark jeans came in. She had watched the whole thing. She had watched Roland Fitch materialize from the right side of the room with the speed of someone who had been monitoring the door. She had watched him look at the man in the jeans. She had watched the assessment happen. The quick, automatic, below the threshold of full consciousness assessment that produced, in Roland Fitch, a particular quality of settled certainty that the man before him did not qualify. She had heard every word Roland said. She had heard the volume he chose to say it at. She had watched the man in the dark jeans absorb it. The stillness of him, the single quiet nod, the thank you that was not capitulation, but something more like the dignified refusal to spend energy on the wrong battle. And she had watched him turn and walk back out through the glass door. She had watched the waiting area go silent. She had watched Priya stare at the floor. She had felt, standing in her Target jacket in the waiting area of Vesper, something move in her chest that was not simple anger. Anger would have been easier, but something more complex and more personal. The feeling of recognizing something you have spent your professional life fighting, appearing suddenly in the private space of an evening that was supposed to be about something else entirely. Simone worked with families in the foster care system. She spent her days navigating institutions, schools, courts, social services offices, housing authorities, on behalf of people who had learned, through repeated and systematic experience, that institutions were not built for them, that the rooms of official life had invisible signs above their doors that said, "Not for you," specifically in language that was never written down, and therefore could never be challenged. She recognized Roland Fitch's performance because she had seen versions of it everywhere. The volume, the public nature of it, the way it used the room as an audience. The way it communicated something that went beyond its stated content. Not just "you don't meet the dress code," but "you are the kind of person this room was designed to exclude. And I am the person authorized to do the excluding. And the audience in this room agrees with me, as you can tell from their silence." She had sat through dinner. She had eaten her mother's food, which was extraordinary. She had talked with her mother in the way she had hoped they might talk, honestly, with real feeling, without the usual careful distance. She had stood on the sidewalk afterward and said what she said. She had driven back to Oakland. And then, because she was who she was, because she had chosen a profession that required not just feeling things but doing something with the feeling, she had started to think. Simone had recognized the man in the jeans at 7:21 p.m. on October 12, 2023. She had not said anything, not in the waiting area, not to her mother during dinner, not on the sidewalk afterward. She had held the recognition privately, the way she held many things privately, not from secrecy, but from the habit of a person who had learned that the first moment of knowing something is rarely the right moment to act on it, and that the space between knowing and acting was where the most important thinking happened. She had known, standing in the waiting area of Vesper watching a man in dark jeans be told to try the diner on the corner, that she was watching Keanu Reeves. She had known this because Simone Marsh, despite not being a person who organized her life around celebrity, had a very specific and personal relationship to one film. The Matrix had come out in 1999. Simone was born in 1999. Her father Jerome had shown it to her when she was 13, on a Saturday afternoon in their apartment in Oakland. Not as a cinematic event, but as a regular father-daughter movie afternoon, the kind they had regularly, working their way through Jerome's collection of films he considered worth passing on. She had watched it once and then, 3 days later, asked to watch it again. And then again. She had watched it 6 times in the first 2 months after Jerome showed it to her, not because of the action, though the action was extraordinary, but because of something in it that she could not entirely articulate at 13, and could articulate somewhat better now. At 24, which was the idea that the world most people accepted as real, was not the only world available to them, and that the act of seeing through the accepted world to the real one underneath was not comfortable or safe, but was, ultimately, the only honest way to live. She had carried this idea into her choice of profession. She had carried the face of the man who embodied it in the film into her memory, and she had recognized that face, with complete and immediate certainty, in the waiting area of her mother's restaurant on a warm October evening. She had said nothing. She had waited. She waited through October, during which she thought about what she had seen and what it might mean, and what, if anything, she ought to do with the knowledge. She waited through November, during which she watched from a distance, checking Delia's mood during their Sunday phone calls, reading between the lines of her mother's precise and contained accounts of the week's events, detecting the shift in Delia that was happening during this period without yet knowing its cause. She waited through the beginning of December, during which Delia's Sunday calls began to carry a quality Simone had not heard in them before. A lightness, an aliveness, something that sounded like the particular energy of a person who has made a decision they have been postponing for a very long time and has discovered that the making of it has not killed them. On December 10th, Simone called Delia. Not on Sunday, on a Thursday, in the evening, which was unusual enough that Delia answered with the slight alertness of a person checking whether something was wrong. Nothing was wrong. Simone said, "Mom, can I ask you something and will you answer me honestly?" Delia said, "I'll try. Are you thinking about leaving Vesper?" A pause. "Yes," Delia said. Another pause. Longer. "Are you thinking about opening your own place?" The longest pause. "Yes," Delia said. Simone sat with this for a moment. She was in her apartment in Oakland, on her bed, with the specific quietness of an evening when you have decided to do something significant and are gathering yourself before doing it. "There's something I need to tell you," Simone said, "about the night I came to dinner." She told her mother what she had seen in the waiting area. She told her about recognizing the man in the jeans. She told her about watching Roland Fitch perform the dress code enforcement at full public volume. She told her about the nod, the single, clean, dignified nod, and the thank you, and the door closing softly. She told her mother that she believed, and had believed since October 12th, that the man she had watched walk out of Vesper that evening was not going to simply walk away from what had happened. Not out of vindictiveness, not out of ego, but because he was a person of significant resources and a demonstrated pattern of using those resources to correct things that were wrong, and what had happened at Vesper was wrong, and the correction of it would very likely involve this block and therefore very likely involve Delia's position at this restaurant on this block. "I think something is happening," Simone said. "I think it's happening because of what you make and who you are, and I think it might be the door you've been waiting for." Delia was very quiet. Then she said, "Simone, did you know about this before you said what you said on the sidewalk? About making sure everyone knows they're welcome before they reach the door?" Simone said, "No. I said what I said because I meant it. I'd been thinking about it since I was standing in the waiting area, watching the whole thing happen." Delia was quiet again for a longer moment. "A text came this morning," she said, "from someone named David Park." Simone closed her eyes. She said, "What did it say?" Delia told her. Simone opened her eyes. She thought about the man in the jeans. She thought about the nod. She thought about standing in the waiting area in her Target jacket, feeling the invisible sign above the door of a room that had decided it was not for people like her, or the man she had recognized, or Beverly Kwan, who would come here someday in her green fleece jacket, or the man with the work clothes and the tired hands, who would eat gumbo at the walk-in table months from now. She thought about what it meant that a person with everything had chosen to do something real with the sting of a small injustice, rather than simply absorbing it and moving on. She thought, "The world is more interesting than it usually looks." "Go to the meeting, Mom," she said. Simone moved to Los Angeles in May 2024. She had applied in February for a social work position with a nonprofit organization called Casa Adelante, based in Boyle Heights, that worked with children aging out of the foster care system. The 18, 19, and 20-year-olds who had grown up inside the system and were now, suddenly and without adequate preparation, expected to live outside it. She had applied because the position was meaningful, and because the organization's approach matched her own values, and because the salary was comparable to what she made in Oakland. She had not applied because of Ruth's. She had not applied because she wanted to be close to her mother, or because she believed that proximity would repair what years of distance had made complicated between them. She had applied because it was the right job, and Los Angeles was where it was, and she was 24 years old, and capable of making decisions about her life, for reasons that were entirely her own. But she was also 24 years old, and capable of being honest with herself about the fact that the reasons for a decision are rarely as singular as we like them to be, and that it was the right job and I wanted to be near my mother were not mutually exclusive motivations, and did not need to compete for primacy. She told Delia in April that she was moving. Delia's response was a silence that lasted approximately 4 seconds, and then a sound that Simone had never heard her mother make. A small, involuntary sound. The sound of something that has been held very carefully for a very long time being set down at last. "Okay," Delia said. Her voice was completely steady, which meant she was working to keep it that way, which Simone understood. "Okay," Simone said. They stayed on the phone for an hour, talking about practical things, neighborhoods, apartment costs, the specific geography of getting from Boyle Heights to West Hollywood on a Sunday morning. They talked in the careful, particular way of two people who are circling something large and glad, and are being careful with it, because it is not yet entirely theirs, and they do not want to spill it. Simone moved into an apartment in Silver Lake in May, 2 miles from Delia's apartment. A coincidence of neighborhood that neither of them commented on directly, but that both of them noted privately, with the specific pleasure of a distance finally, actually closing. She came to Ruth's every Sunday. Not for free meals. Delia charged her full price, and Simone paid it without argument, because they had both agreed. In a conversation that lasted 12 minutes, and resolved with the efficient honesty they were learning to bring to their interactions. That being family did not mean being exempt from the ordinary respect of paying for what you received. She came at 8 in the morning, before the Sunday brunch service began, and sat at the small table by the east-facing window and worked on her case files. She brought her laptop and a notebook, and her coffee from the place 2 blocks east that she had found in her first week in Silver Lake, and immediately claimed as hers. She worked there for 2 hours, usually, while the kitchen was doing its morning prep. She could hear, through the wall, the sounds of the kitchen waking up, the clang of pans, the low conversation of cooks arriving at their stations, the particular rhythmic sound of Delia's knife work that had its own signature, a pace and precision that Simone could identify, she realized, the way you identify a person's footsteps. Occasionally, when the prep hit a quiet moment, Delia would come out of the kitchen and sit with her. These were the best moments, not because they talked about anything remarkable. They talked about Simone's cases, the young people aging out of the foster system, the specific and detailed human complexity of each situation, the small victories and the large setbacks, and the daily work of being present for people who had been taught by experience not to expect presence. They talked about the restaurant, about Amma's development. The young cook was growing at a rate that Delia described with the specific satisfaction of a teacher watching a student exceed what the teacher had predicted. About Crispin, who had started teaching himself to make Oaxacan chocolate in his off hours, and had brought a sample batch to the kitchen one Tuesday morning that had made Theo sit down on a stool and hold his head in his hands in a gesture of overwhelmed appreciation. About the walk-in table, and who had sat at it recently, and the small stories that arrived at the table with the people who used it. They talked about Beverly Kwan, who came every second Sunday with her husband and had started bringing friends. They talked about Marcus Webb. Marcus Webb came to Ruth's on a Wednesday evening in April. He came alone, which was how he came most places since his wife had passed, and he sat at the walk-in table because Precious recognized him. She had been told, in a conversation with Delia that happened in the first week of service, that Marcus Webb was the reason Ruth's existed, and that if he ever came in, he should be given the walk-in table and whatever he wanted, without being asked to wait, and because the walk-in table happened to be free. He ordered the linguine. He looked at the menu for a long time before ordering it. He looked at the whole menu with the careful attention of someone who understands that a menu is a form of communication, that it tells you who made it, and what they believe about food and people, and the relationship between the two. And he read Ruth's menu the way a thoughtful person reads something written in good faith. Then he ordered the linguine. When Delia came out of the kitchen and saw him at the walk-in table, she stopped for a moment. She had not met Marcus. She knew his name. She knew his role in the sequence of events that had produced this restaurant. She knew that he had described her linguini to a man on the side of a rainy road, and that the description had eventually, through a chain of connection that no one could have planned or predicted, arrived at this room, this evening, this table. She walked over. She sat across from him. He looked up from the linguini he had been eating, with the focused attention he brought to everything. "I'm Delia," she said. He looked at her. "I know," he said. "This is your place." "It is," she said. He looked around the room, at the mismatched tables, the window light, the wall with the ivory letters, the walk-in table they were sitting at. "He told me about you," Marcus said. "He said you were the person who should be here." A pause. "He was right," Delia said. "He told me about you too. He said you were the reason he came here in the first place." Marcus shook his head slowly. "I told him about the pasta. He did everything else." "The pasta was mine," Delia said. "Everything else was his. But the thing that connected the pasta to everything else was you." She looked at him steadily. "So I owe you something." Marcus waved the idea away with the hand of a person who is genuinely uncomfortable with being told they deserve something. "You don't owe me anything. Just keep cooking like this." Delia nodded. She called Precious and ordered Marcus the bread pudding, which he had not asked for. When it arrived, Marcus looked at it. He picked up his spoon. He took one bite. He was quiet for a long moment. "My wife loved bread pudding," he said. He said it simply, in the way you say things that are true and heavy, and that you have been carrying long enough that they no longer require elaborate handling. You can just set them on the table and let them be what they are. His wife had passed 2 years ago. Her name had been Gloria. They had been married for 38 years, and she had been the kind of person whose absence reorganized the entire space she had occupied. Not just the physical spaces, the chair at the kitchen table and the side of the bed, but the interior spaces, the parts of Marcus's daily life that had run on the specific energy of her presence, and now ran, still, but differently, the way a room runs differently when the light source has changed. Delia had not known any of this. She did not say, "I'm sorry for your loss," which was true but insufficient. She did not change the subject. She put her hand on his across the table, briefly, and did not say anything at all. The restaurant moved around them. Plates went out. Conversations rose and fell. Precious moved through the room with her quality of making each person feel specifically seen. Crispin's song came faintly through the kitchen door. Marcus took another spoonful of the bread pudding. He said, "She would have loved this place." Delia said, "Tell me about her." And Marcus Webb, 63 years old, and 2 years into learning how to carry the weight of someone's absence without letting it stop him from being present, Marcus told her. He talked for 20 minutes. He talked about Gloria's laugh, which was enormous and unself-conscious, and had, he said, the quality of making everyone in any room she was in feel that the thing they had just said or done was the most delightful thing that had happened all day. He talked about the 38 years. He talked about the way she had arranged the kitchen, her specific and non-negotiable system for where things lived, which he still followed exactly, because changing it felt like erasing something. Delia listened, entirely, without remainder. When Marcus finished, he sat for a moment with the empty bowl in front of him and the particular expression of someone who has been listened to properly and is feeling the specific, rare relief of it. "Come back on Sundays," Delia said. "My daughter works here Sunday mornings. She's a social worker. She'd be good to talk to." Marcus looked at her. "Your daughter," he said. "Simone," Delia said. "She'll be at the window table. She's always there." Marcus looked at the window table, the small table by the east-facing window where the morning light fell in the particular way that Petra had described. He looked back at Delia. "All right," he said. Marcus came the following Sunday. Simone was at the window table with her laptop and her notebook and her coffee from the place 2 blocks east. She was working on a case file for a 19-year-old named Destiny, who had aged out of the foster system in February and was living in transitional housing in Inglewood, and was, in Simone's assessment, one of the most resilient and least supported people she had encountered in 2 years of this work. She looked up when the door opened. She saw an older man, alone, in a clean jacket, looking at the room with the particular attention of someone who is taking it in rather than simply arriving in it. He looked at the walk-in table. He looked at the window table. He looked at Simone. She did not know who he was yet. She would find out later, from Delia, and then from Keanu, and eventually from Marcus himself, in the incremental way that the full story of a thing reveals itself to the people inside it. But she recognized something in him, the specific quality of someone who has been through loss and has come out the other side, still oriented toward the world rather than away from it. She recognized it because she spent her professional life learning to see it, the capacity for continued openness in people who had every reason to close. She caught his eye. She said, "Good morning. There's room at the window if you'd like." He looked at her. He said, "You must be Simone." She blinked. "I am. Your mother told me about you," he said. He walked to the window table and gestured at the empty chair across from her. "May I?" "Please," she said. He sat. The morning light came through the east-facing windows and fell on the table between them, and on the case file open on Simone's laptop, and on Marcus's clean jacket, and on the empty chair where he had set his hat. Precious brought him coffee. He looked at the case file on Simone's laptop, not reading it, just registering its presence, and said, "Your mother said you work with young people, kids in the system." "I do," Simone said. "That's hard work," he said, not as a compliment. As an acknowledgement, the recognition of one person who understands the cost of a thing to another person paying it. "It is," she said, "but they're worth it." She paused. "The hardest part is the ones who've been told so many times they don't matter that they've started to believe it. The work is mostly just showing up, consistently, until they believe you're going to keep showing up." Marcus was quiet. He said, "That's what Gloria did. For 38 years, she just kept showing up." He looked at his coffee. "She made it look easy, which I know now it wasn't." Simone looked at him. She closed her laptop. They talked for an hour. This is what we held back. Not the investment, not the restaurant, not the walk-in table or the morning light or the bread pudding that made people close their eyes. The thing we held back was Simone. Because Simone was there from the beginning, not as a background character, not as a device for the story's emotional resolution, but as the person through whom everything that happened was filtered and from whom everything that came next originated. It was Simone who recognized Keanu Reeves in the waiting area on October 12th and held the knowledge until the right moment. It was Simone who called her mother on a Thursday in December and gave her the permission of being known, of having someone say, "I see what's happening in you, and I believe in where it's going." It was Simone's words on the sidewalk that produced the walk-in table and the words on the wall. It was Simone who moved to Los Angeles, not because her mother asked her to, but because she was 24 and free, and the right job was there, and the door that had been opening between her and Delia was worth walking through. It was Simone who sat at the window table on Sunday mornings and let Marcus Webb come and sit with her and tell her about Gloria, and who told him about destiny in Inglewood, and who, in the practical, unhurried way of a social worker who understands that help is most effective when it is specific and concrete, connected Marcus to the volunteer program at Casa Adelante, where he now came every Tuesday afternoon and sat with the young people aging out of the foster system and told them, in his particular way, that showing up was the whole thing, that showing up was all of it. The circle that began with Marcus sending Keanu to a restaurant where he was turned away for wearing jeans had completed itself not through money or property or the acquisition of a block on Melrose Avenue, but through a chain of human connection so particular and so unlikely that if you tried to plan it, you could not. And if you tried to understand it fully, you found that you could not do that either. Only stand at a certain distance and recognize that it had happened and that it was real. The restaurant was real. The walk-in table was real. The morning light was real. And Simone Marsh, 24 years old, at the window table every Sunday with her laptop and her coffee and her cases and her quiet, consistent, she had been there from the beginning. She would be there still. And Simone Marsh, 24 years old, at the window table every Sunday, with her laptop and her coffee and her cases and her quiet, consistent, enormously costly belief that the people in her care were worth every bit of it. She was real. She had been there from the beginning. She would be there still. On October 12, 2024, exactly 1 year after Keanu Reeves walked out of a restaurant 3 doors down for wearing the wrong thing, Ruth's was closed to the public. Not permanently, not for renovation, not for any crisis or difficulty. Closed for one evening, for one dinner, for the specific and deliberate purpose of gathering the people who had made the place possible, and feeding them the way Delia Marsh had spent her entire professional life learning to feed people. With the full cost of her attention, and the full depth of what she knew, and the specific, unperformable quality of food, made by someone who understands that the people eating it are worth the very best you have. She had not told anyone it was a celebration. She had called each person individually and said simply, "Come to dinner on October 12th, 6 o'clock. No need to bring anything." She had not explained the date. She had not needed to. The preparations began at 4 in the morning. Delia arrived at Ruth's in the dark, before the street was awake, before the coffee places opened, before the city had done its daily reassembly from the scattered privacy of night into the collective noise of day. She let herself in with her key and stood for a moment in the dark interior of the restaurant, not turning on the lights immediately, simply being in the space in its nighttime form. The chairs on the floor, the tables set from the previous evening's service, the east-facing windows showing only the darkness of a street not yet lit. She stood and she thought about the year. It did not feel like a year. It felt simultaneously longer and shorter than a year, the way significant periods always do, compressed in some places by the density of what happened in them, and stretched in others by the specific quality of time that passes when you are doing something that matters, and you know it. She turned on the kitchen lights. The kitchen came up around her in its clean, organized, ready state. The state it was always in at closing, because Delia had built a kitchen culture in which the last act of every service was to return the space to its beginning condition, ready for whoever arrived next to find it prepared for them. She had learned this from Ruth, who had said that the way you leave a kitchen tells you everything about how you feel about the people who will use it after you. She started the broth. She started it at 4:15 a.m., which gave it nearly 14 hours, far beyond the 3-hour reduction she used for service, into the territory of the long, patient reduction that produced something she reserved for special occasions, a broth so concentrated and so complete that it required almost nothing else to be finished, the way a thing made with enough time and enough attention requires very little embellishment to be exactly what it should be. She started Ruth's bread at 4:30 a.m. She mixed the dough by hand, the way Ruth had mixed it, because the specific information communicated between hands and dough, the temperature, the elasticity, the exact moment when the texture changed from resistant to cooperative, was not transferable to a machine, without losing something that was not detectable in the finished product by most people, but was detectable by the person making it. And Delia believed that the maker's knowledge of how a thing was made lived in the thing itself, and was received by the person eating it at a level below conscious thought. She shaped the dough and set it to rise. She put on coffee. She stood in her kitchen at 4:45 in the morning, alone, on October 12th, 1 year to the day, from the evening that had produced, through a chain of connection no one could have planned, every single thing that surrounded her now. She thought about what the year had been. She thought about Theo, who had grown in the 12 months of Ruth's into someone she barely recognized as the talented and slightly lazy young man who had shown up at Vesper 8 months before she left it. He was 23 now, and he had developed, under the specific pressure of a kitchen that required everyone to be fully themselves at full capacity every service, into a cook of genuine distinction, someone who had started to bring his own ideas to the prep conversations, who had started to say, "What if we tried?" rather than simply executing what he was asked to execute, which was the signal Delia had been watching for and waiting for, the sign that someone was ready to become more than excellent at following and was beginning the harder, richer work of leading. She thought about Amma. Amma was 21 now. In 12 months, she had progressed at a rate that Delia, in her 27 years of watching young cooks develop, had seen perhaps 4 times. The rate of someone who was not simply learning technique, but integrating it, making it hers, producing food that already had a point of view, rather than just a competent execution of someone else's vision. Delia had given her a dish to own 3 months ago, a roasted sweet potato preparation that Amma had started from a base Delia offered and developed into something entirely and unmistakably her own. Something that had become, in the months since it appeared on the menu, one of the dishes people called ahead to make sure was still being served. She thought about Mariana, who had been approached by 2 other restaurants in the past 6 months with offers to run their kitchens as head chef. Mariana had told Delia about both approaches, directly and without drama, in the transparent way of someone who has decided that honesty is more important than the temporary comfort of concealment. Delia had said, "What do you want?" And Mariana had said, after a pause that contained real deliberation, "I want to stay here for 1 more year, and then I want my own place. I want what you have, but I want to earn it the way you earned it." And Delia had said, "Then stay, and I will teach you everything I know about the earning of it." She thought about Crispin. Crispin had become, over the course of the year, something that Delia did not have a professional category for, but that she understood in personal terms. He was not family exactly. The word was too presumptuous, too possessive of a relationship that was his to define as much as hers. He was not simply a colleague. The word was too thin for someone whose presence in her kitchen felt as foundational as the stove or the walls. He was something that kitchens produce when they are running at their best, when the people in them are fully present and fully committed and fully themselves. He was part of the specific life of the place, irreplaceable in the way that is not about skill or function, but about the particular quality of being that a person brings to a space. The thing that is gone when they are gone and cannot be replaced by hiring someone equally skilled. He had started teaching Amma and Theo his Oaxacan chocolate technique, which he now produced in small batches that Delia had added to the dessert menu in February. He taught them the way he did everything, slowly, patiently, through repetition rather than explanation, trusting that if you showed someone a thing enough times in the right environment, the thing would eventually transfer. He had not said anything about any of this being significant. He had not said anything about the year or the restaurant or what it meant to him to be here. He expressed all of it through the song, the low, continuous song that meant the kitchen was in rhythm, that was always there, that had become as much a part of Ruth's as the morning light or the words on the wall. She thought about all of them, standing in her kitchen at 4:45 a.m., and she felt what she had felt on the first day of service, when she looked around at the people in the kitchen in the late afternoon light. "This is mine." Marcus arrived first. He came at 5:45, 15 minutes before she had asked anyone to come, which surprised her, and then did not surprise her. Because Marcus was a man who arrived before he was needed, on the understanding that being early was its own form of respect. He came through the door into the empty restaurant and looked around with the quiet attentiveness he brought to everything. The tables had been arranged differently for tonight. Not the usual configuration for service, but a single long table running through the center of the room, set for 12. The chairs around it mismatched in the usual Ruth's way, but arranged with more deliberate care than usual. The candlelight already lit, because Delia had lit it before she came back to the kitchen. He looked at the wall. "Come in. You're just in time." He had looked at this wall every time he came in, and it had not yet lost its quality of arriving freshly each time. The way certain true things remain fresh, no matter how often you encounter them, because they are not relying on novelty for their effect. He stood in the doorway for a moment. Delia came out of the kitchen. She said, "You're early." He said, "I know." A pause. "I made something." He held up a container, a round tin, the kind used for baked goods, with a lid pressed carefully in place. "Gloria's pralines," he said. "Her recipe. I've been trying to make them for 2 years, and I think I finally got it right." He paused. "I wanted to bring something. I know you're cooking everything, but I wanted to bring something." Delia looked at the tin. She took it from him with both hands, the way you receive something that has cost someone something real. "Come in," she said. Giselle arrived with her husband, a quiet and deeply kind man named Patrick, who taught high school history in Inglewood, and who had heard so much about Ruth's over the past 7 months from Giselle that he had developed specific opinions about dishes he had not yet eaten. He walked in, looked at the wall with the letters his wife had painted, and stood still for a moment. Then he looked at Giselle. Giselle said, with entirely unconvincing modesty, "I did that." Patrick said, "I know you did." He looked at it for another moment. "It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen you make." Giselle made a sound of protest that convinced no one. Delia hugged her for a long time. Petra Vance arrived with her daughter, a 15-year-old named Imani, who had her mother's directness and her own considerable personal authority, and who walked into Ruth's and looked at the east-facing windows and said, immediately and without preamble, "Mom, this is exactly what you described. You were right." Petra said, "I usually am." Imani rolled her eyes with the efficient expertise of a teenager who has been rolling her eyes at a parent for exactly the right number of years to have refined the gesture into an art form. Delia laughed. David Park arrived alone. He came in, shook Delia's hand, looked at the room with the contained pleasure of a person seeing something they helped make come together in the way they hoped it would, and said nothing more elaborate than, "It's exactly right." Simone arrived at 6 on the dot. She came through the door and stopped when she saw the long table and the candlelight and the people already gathered, and something moved in her face, something quick and unguarded, the expression of someone encountering something they had hoped for without permitting themselves to expect. She found her mother's eyes across the room. Delia said, from where she stood, "You're just in time." Simone laughed, the unguarded laugh, the one that had her mother's timbre in it, which Delia had only recently begun to notice, and which, when she noticed it, produced in her a feeling she had no name for except the feeling of something repaired. Theo arrived with Mariana. They had apparently walked from the same direction, which meant they had been somewhere together before this, which Delia had suspected for 3 months, and had chosen not to ask about because some things resolve themselves more gracefully when the people involved are not aware they are being watched. Ben arrived with a woman named Josephine, who had not been mentioned to anyone previously, and who was, judging from the way Ben stood next to her, enormously important. He introduced her to Delia with the careful nervousness of someone presenting something precious for assessment, and Delia shook Josephine's hand and said she was glad she had come, and the relief on Ben's face was the most eloquent thing he had communicated in 12 months of working together. Amma arrived last among the kitchen staff. She was dressed differently than she ever was at work. A dress, deep green, that suggested someone who had been deciding what to wear for longer than she would admit. She came in and looked at the table and sat down without ceremony. the way the youngest person in a room sometimes sits down, taking the space that is offered without quite yet believing she belongs in it. Delia noticed this and placed her at the center of the table, which was not an accident. Keanu arrived last. He was, as had been noted, a person who arrived without announcement, without fanfare, without the apparatus that surrounds famous people who have decided that their arrival is itself an event. He came through the door at 6:11 p.m., in the way he always came through doors. As a person, just a person, moving through the world at the same altitude as everyone else in it. Dark jeans, plain gray sweater, the boots, the left heel with its hairline crack, still there, unchanged, the same boots that had stood on the sidewalk outside Vesper 1 year ago tonight. He stopped inside the door. He looked at the room, at the long table and the candlelight and the people gathered around it, at the wall with the ivory letters, at the east-facing windows holding the last light of an October evening, at the walk-in table set for two with its small card that said, "This table is yours." He looked at Delia. She was standing at the pass-through to the kitchen, in her chef's whites, with a towel over her shoulder and the specific calm of a person who has done the most important preparation and is ready. She said, "You're late." He said, 11 minutes. She said, "Sit down." He sat down at the long table. Marcus was to his left. Simone was to his right. He looked at both of them for a moment, in the particular way of a person recognizing the full diameter of a circle, seeing both the beginning and where it had arrived. He said to Marcus, "How's Tuesday?" Marcus's Tuesdays were at Casa Adelante, where he had been going for 4 months, sitting with the young people aging out of the foster system, telling them about Gloria, about showing up, about the specific and unglamorous and irreplaceable value of being present for someone who has been given too many reasons not to expect it. Marcus said, "There's a kid, 19 years old, doesn't talk much. Last week he told me about his grandmother." A pause. "That's good," Keanu said. "It is," Marcus said. Keanu looked at Simone. "Is that one of yours?" he said. Simone said, "His name is Elijah. He's one of mine." A pause. "He's going to be okay." She said it with the particular certainty of someone who has assessed the situation properly and arrived at a conclusion that is not wishful thinking, but professional judgment. Keanu said, "Good." Delia cooked everything herself. She cooked with Amma beside her, because she had decided some weeks ago that this evening was the right occasion to let Amma fully into the kitchen as a partner rather than a student, to cook beside her rather than ahead of her, to treat her as the cook she had already become rather than the cook she was still becoming. Amma worked through the evening with the absolute focus and the total joy of someone doing the thing they were made to do, in the company of someone they would follow anywhere. The courses came out in the order Delia had planned. Ruth's bread first, the bread from the notebook, the recipe for which Ruth had never written anything down because she carried it in her hands rather than her mind. Delia had reconstructed it from memory, and from the specific sensory information of having eaten it many times in childhood, working backward from the finished thing to the process that produced it, a kind of reverse engineering of love. It came out of the oven at 6:45 p.m., and the smell of it, the particular smell of Ruth's bread, which was not simply bread, but something that carried within it the information of a kitchen on Frenchman Street, and a woman who hummed, moved through the restaurant in a way that stopped several conversations. Marcus put down his water glass. He said, very quietly, to no one in particular, "That's Sunday morning." Giselle looked at Delia across the table. Delia said nothing. She went back to the kitchen. The gumbo came second. Ruth's gumbo. The 45-minute roux. The color of something that has been through something and come out better. It came in small bowls, not as a main but as a gesture, as the thing the meal was in conversation with from the beginning. Patrick, Giselle's husband, who had developed opinions about dishes he had never eaten, took one spoonful of the gumbo and set his spoon down and looked at Giselle with an expression that said everything he needed to say without requiring any of the words. Giselle said, "I know." The linguine came as the main. It came exactly as it always came at Ruth's. The nest of fresh pasta, the amber broth reduced to its most concentrated and honest form, the 3 clams placed with care, the torn parsley, the 2 seconds of assessment before Delia called it. It came in a version that was different from the service version in exactly one way, a way that no one at the table would have been able to identify technically, but that was present in the food itself, in the specific quality of something made for people you know rather than people you are feeding for the first time. When Marcus tasted it, he closed his eyes. He kept them closed for a moment. Then he opened them and looked at Keanu. "That's it," he said. "That's exactly what I told you it would be." Keanu said, "You told me the person who made it was worth knowing." "I didn't know that," Marcus said. "I only knew the pasta." "You knew enough," Keanu said. The bread pudding came last. Delia made it at the table. She did not plate it in the kitchen and carry it out. She brought it from the oven in the dish it had been baked in. Ruth's dish. A wide, shallow earthenware baking dish, the color of old terracotta, that Delia had owned for 20 years and that had traveled with her from New Orleans to Chicago to Los Angeles, wrapped in a dish towel inside a box, the one kitchen possession she had never left behind, and she set it on the table and served it herself. She served Marcus first. She did not plan this consciously. She served him first, the way you do something when it is simply the right thing, and your hands know it before your mind does. He looked at the bread pudding in the bowl in front of him. He looked at the sauce, the specific sauce, the vanilla sauce that Ruth had developed over years in her kitchen on Frenchman Street, that existed nowhere in writing, that Delia had reconstructed from memory and from the knowledge carried in her hands. He picked up his spoon. He took one bite. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Gloria made bread pudding at Christmas." Nobody spoke. He said, "Not like this. Different recipe, but the same feeling." A pause. "The same feeling of somebody wanting you to be happy." He set his spoon down. He looked at the table, at the candles and the mismatched chairs and the people around the long table and the wall with the ivory letters. He said, "I'd like to say something." Everyone looked at him. Marcus Webb was not a man who made speeches. He was a man who said things when he had something to say, and was quiet when he didn't, which meant that when he spoke, everyone around him had learned to listen. He said, "I told a man about some pasta. That's all I did. I told him the food was worth having, and the place was worth going to. I didn't know any of the rest of it. I didn't know about any of you. I didn't know about this place or what it would be or who would be in it." He paused. "I don't think any of us knew. I think it just happened. The way things happen when somebody decides to do what's right instead of what's easy." He looked at Keanu. He looked at Delia. He looked at Simone. He said, "Gloria would have something to say about all of this, something better than what I can come up with." He picked up his spoon again. "But I think the word she would use is grace." He took another spoonful of bread pudding. The table was quiet in the particular way of people who have been given something true and are holding it carefully. Then Giselle said, "To Grace," and raised her glass. Everyone raised their glasses. Patrick said, "And to Gloria." Marcus looked at him for a moment. He said, "And to Gloria." They drank. After dinner, when the plates had been cleared and the candles had burned lower, and the conversation had spread and deepened into the specific richness of people who are well-fed and well-companied, and in no hurry to leave, Keanu sat for a moment and looked at the room. He looked at Marcus and Simone in conversation at one end of the table, leaning toward each other with the ease of people who have moved past the early careful stage into the real stage. He looked at Theo and Mariana, helping Amma understand something she was asking about. The three of them bent over a phone, Theo gesturing, Mariana correcting his gesture with a smaller, more precise one, Amma watching both with the focused absorption she brought to everything. He looked at Ben, enormous and gentle, showing Josephine something on the wall, pointing to the letters, explaining something to her in the low voice he used when he was talking about something he found significant. He looked at Petra and Imani. Imani telling her mother something with the specific urgency of a teenager who has just had a thought they consider important and has assessed correctly that now is the time to say it. Petra listening with the full attention she brought to everything. He looked at Crispin. Crispin was at the end of the table, not talking to anyone in particular, not isolated but simply present in his own particular way, the way he was always present, fully there, without requiring the room to know he was there. He was looking at the wall. He was reading the letters. "Come in, you're just in time." His lips were moving slightly. Not the words on the wall, the song. The old corrido from Oaxaca, about a river and the distance between where you came from and where you arrived. He was singing it at the lowest possible volume, just for himself, just for the kitchen that was his, in the way only a place can be yours when you have given it your best work for long enough. Keanu looked at all of it. He thought about what he had done and had not done, and what had come of both. He had not planned any of this. He had not walked out of Vesper on October 12, 2023 with a plan. He had walked out with a small, clear signal of something wrong, and the patient habit of a person who has learned to sit with things until he understood them properly. He had bought a block. He had found the right person for the corner space. He had set the terms that made a walk-in table possible, and a dress code impossible. Everything else had been done by the people in this room, through the specific and irreducible agency of who they were and what they were capable of when the right door was open. Delia came and sat beside him. She sat with the specific relief of someone who has cooked for 14 hours and has done exactly what she set out to do, and whose body is now requesting acknowledgement of this fact. She looked at the room. He said, "You know what I keep thinking about?" She said, "Tell me." He said, "Marcus sent me here, and I got turned away, and then I found you, and you built all of this." He looked at the room, the mismatched chairs, the golden light, the people talking and laughing at the long table, the ivory letters on the wall. None of it was supposed to happen the way it happened. Delia said, "My grandmother would have said it was supposed to happen exactly the way it happened." He said, "What would she have called it?" Delia said, "Grace." She paused. "The kind that doesn't arrive on schedule. The kind that arrives when you've done enough of the work to deserve it, and enough of the waiting to appreciate it." He nodded. He picked up the menu that was still on the table in front of him. One page, plain paper, the font nothing special, and he looked at the bottom of the page. Delia had added something at the bottom of the menu 2 weeks ago. She had not told anyone about it in advance. It had appeared there one morning, and the staff had noticed it and said nothing to her about it, because they understood, as people understand things in kitchens where they have been taught to pay real attention, that it did not require comment. It was simply true, and true things do not require ceremony. It said, "This restaurant exists because a man in jeans was told he didn't belong somewhere, and because someone decided that would never happen here. DM." He read it. He set the menu down. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You know Roland came in last month." Delia looked at him. "I know," she said. "Precious told me." "I heard he removed the dress code," Keanu said. "In February," Delia said, quietly. "No announcement," Keanu said. "That's the right way to do it." Delia said, "I think so too." A pause. "He's going to be okay," Delia said. Not forgiving Roland, not defending him. Assessing him, the way she assessed things, honestly and without sentiment, and with enough distance to be accurate. He's not a bad person. He learned something bad and called it wisdom for a very long time. Unlearning it is slow, and it's not our job to watch him do it. She paused. But I think he's doing it. Keanu said nothing. He thought about the conversation he'd had with Roland's building. Not with Roland, with the building itself. The way you have a conversation with a thing that has been one way for a long time and is in the process of becoming something else. The 40% rent increase had been real and had not been retracted, because the market was the market, and fairness was not the same as charity. But the exclusivity clause was gone. The dress code was gone. And Vesper, in the month since, had become not Ruth's, not the same thing, not what it might have been if Roland Fitch had grown up in a different house with a different philosophy, but something slightly more honest than it had been. Slightly more honest was not nothing. Slightly more honest was, in fact, everything. At 10 o'clock, people began to leave. Not because the evening had reached its end in any abrupt or decisive way, but because evenings like this end the way they should, gradually, warmly, with the specific reluctance of people who are enjoying a thing and do not want to stop enjoying it, but who understand that the enjoyment is partly made of its own impermanence, that the beauty of the gathering is inseparable from the fact that the gathering will close. Petra left first, with Imani, who had school in the morning. Imani hugged Delia at the door, a full, spontaneous hug, the kind that teenagers give when they have decided someone is worth it, and said, "I'm coming back for the sweet potato dish. Amma's one." Amma, who overheard this from the kitchen, stood straighter. Ben and Josephine left together, and the way they left together, the small coordination of coats and keys, the particular fit of two people moving through a doorway at the same time, told everyone watching what they needed to know. Theo and Mariana left at the same time, from the same direction, in a way that was no longer ambiguous to anyone. Theo said goodnight with the slightly self-conscious quality of a young man who is doing something for the first time and knows everyone can see it. Mariana said goodnight with the calm of a woman who has made a decision and does not require the room's opinion of it. Giselle held Delia at the door for a long time. Patrick waited outside on the sidewalk with the patience of a man who understood that this goodbye needed its full space. 11 years, Giselle said. 11 years, Delia said. We did it, Giselle said. You painted the sign, Delia said. I painted the sign, Giselle agreed. Which was the most important part? Delia laughed. Giselle kissed her cheek and went out to Patrick on the sidewalk. David Park left with a handshake, and a look that communicated more than the handshake suggested. The look of someone who has spent a career moving money and resources in the direction of things he believed in, and who was, in this particular case, certain he had moved them correctly. Crispin was last to leave, as always, because he stayed to help with the closing. Not asked, just there, moving through the kitchen in the automatic and economical way of a person whose hands know what needs to be done and do it without requiring a decision. He put on his coat at the door. He looked at Delia. He said, "Thank you, chef. Not for the dinner. Not for the specific evening. For all of it. For the room, and the work, and the song he was allowed to sing in the kitchen, and the place that had given him somewhere to be himself fully, without apology, without anyone asking him to be quieter, or smaller, or different." Delia said, "Thank you, Crispin." He nodded. He went out. Marcus and Simone were the last guests. They had been talking for most of the evening, at dinner, and then after, at the end of the long table while everyone else moved around them, their conversation continuing with the easy momentum of two people who have found a frequency they both operate on and are in no hurry to leave it. At 10:15, Simone stood and put on her jacket. She came to Delia and hugged her. Not the careful hug of earlier months, the hug with the layer of protection underneath, the warmth tempered by old distance, the full hug, the hug that had been coming since October 12, 2023, since the sidewalk outside Vesper, since the drive down from Oakland that Simone had almost not made, and then made because she thought, she's my mom, I should go. The hug of a daughter who has decided, at last and fully, to be in. I'll be at the window table Sunday, Simone said. I know, Delia said. I'll have your coffee on. Simone laughed. She kissed her mother's cheek. She went to the door. She paused. She looked back at the room, the long table with its candles burned low, the chairs that didn't match, the ivory letters on the wall, the east-facing windows dark now but holding in their darkness the promise of the morning light they would let in again tomorrow. She looked at her mother. She said, she would be so proud of you. She meant Ruth. She meant your grandmother would be proud. She meant the woman who hummed in the kitchen on Frenchman Street and made bread from plain ingredients and fed people with the full cost of her attention and believed that coming through someone's door was enough, that showing up was sufficient, that you're just in time was a true and complete welcome. That woman would look at this room and this table and these people and the sign above the door, and she would recognize it. She would recognize it because it was hers. Delia stood in the doorway of her restaurant and felt the truth of this so completely that she could not speak for a moment. Then she said, "Go home, Simone." Simone smiled. She went out into the Melrose Avenue night. Marcus put on his jacket at the table. He picked up the tin of pralines. They had eaten some after dinner, passed around the table, and Marcus had watched everyone eat them with the careful attention of a man checking whether the thing he made was what he intended. And it was. And the expression on his face when he understood this was the expression of someone who has repaired something they feared was beyond repair. He came to Delia at the door. He said, "Same time next year?" She said, "Same time next year." He nodded. He went out. Delia stood alone in the doorway of Ruth's. The street was quiet now, the way Melrose Avenue was quiet after 10. Not empty, but reduced to its essential late-night self. A few cars, a couple walking a dog, the distant sound of music from somewhere up the block. 3 doors down, the gold letters of Vesper were dark. The restaurant had closed at 9:30, the way it always did, the lights going out in their reliable and unremarkable sequence, the building resuming its nighttime patience. Delia looked at the gold letters for a moment. Then she looked away. She looked at her sign, Ruth's in ivory letters. "Come in." "You're just in time" below it, the letters catching the streetlight in the warm way that Giselle had somehow managed to produce through the imperfect, human, unreproducible act of painting them by hand. She heard, behind her, the sound of a motorcycle. She turned. Keanu was still at the long table. He had not left. She had not noticed. She had been in the kitchen for the last 20 minutes of the evening, doing the closing work, and when she came back out, she had assumed everyone was gone. He was sitting at the table with the menu in his hand, reading the bottom of it again, the small paragraph that she had added 2 weeks ago. He looked up. He said, "I was waiting to help close up." She looked at him. She said, "You don't need to do that." He said, "I know." He stood. He picked up 2 of the candles that had gone out and carried them toward the kitchen, because he had understood, from watching the closing routines on previous visits, that the candles went to the kitchen at the end of service. She watched him do this. She thought about the year. She thought about everything that had been set in motion by a single evening in October. The nod, the thank you, the door closing softly, the ride home through the warm night, the taco truck on Sunset, the coffee in the Hollywood Hills kitchen, the conversation with David Park, the text on the balcony, the notebook on the table, the meeting in Los Feliz, the lease agreement, the windows, the light, the bread, the broth, the team, the walk-in table, the sign above the door. She thought about Simone saying she would be so proud of you. She thought about Ruth in the kitchen on Frenchman Street, the jasmine on the porch, the Sunday morning smell, the low, continuous hum of a woman who was exactly where she was supposed to be. She thought about the notebook in the bedside drawer. 11 years of carrying a name she was afraid to say out loud. She thought about the word Marcus had used. Grace. She thought, yes, that is what this is. Not the grace of things going easily. Things had not gone easily. Things had required 27 years of kitchens, and the specific grinding patience of building something in someone else's space, for long enough that you finally understood what it would take to stop. Not the grace of things going according to plan. No one had planned any of this. Not the sequence of events that produced it, or the people who had arrived in it, or the specific quality of the morning light through the east-facing windows that Petra had described, and that was, every morning, exactly what she had said. The grace of things going right despite everything. The grace of the right people finding each other through the ordinary chaos of living in the same city at the same time. The grace of a door that opened not because anyone forced it, but because enough people stood on either side of it, ready. Keanu came back from the kitchen. He looked at the room in its closing state. Candles out, chairs settling back into their nighttime arrangement, the long table cleared. He looked at the wall. He said, "You know what I've been thinking about tonight?" She said, "Tell me." He said, "My mom used to say the best thing you can do with what you've been given is make sure someone else gets what they need." He paused. "I don't know if I did that. I bought a block. I found the right person. But the thing that was needed," he looked at the wall, "the thing that was actually needed, you already had it. You'd been carrying it for 11 years. You would have done this eventually, with or without any of it." Delia looked at him. She thought about this. She said, "Maybe, but eventually is a long time." A pause. "You made it now." He looked at her. She said, "Now is better than eventually." He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Yes, it is." He put on his jacket. He picked up his helmet from the chair where he had set it. He looked at the room one more time. The mismatched chairs, the long table, the east-facing windows dark with the October night, the ivory letters on the wall behind the counter. He said, "Same time next year?" She said, "Same time next year." He went to the door. He paused with his hand on the frame, the way people pause in doorways when they are about to leave somewhere they are glad to have been. He said, "Delia." She said, "Yes?" He said, "Your grandmother would be proud of you too." He went out. She stood in the empty restaurant for a long moment. She stood in it the way you stand in a space that belongs to you, not possessively, not with the anxious inventory of ownership, but with the deep, settled recognition of a person who has arrived at the place they were going, and knows, at last, that they are here. Then she went to the kitchen. She turned off the lights. She locked the door behind her. She stood on the sidewalk on Melrose Avenue on October 12, 2024, 1 year to the day from the evening that had started all of it, and she looked up at the sign above the door. Ruth's. She said the name quietly, to the street and the night, and the warm October air, and the memory of a woman who had hummed in a kitchen on Frenchman Street and made food from plain ingredients, and believed, without argument, without the need for evidence, that everyone who came through her door was just in time. She heard, from around the corner, the sound of a motorcycle starting. Clean, honest, untroubled. She listened until it faded west, into the city, into the warm October night, into everything that was possible if you simply kept moving. Then she walked to her car. She drove home through Los Angeles, the city spread out in every direction, golden and enormous and completely indifferent to the specific human stories unfolding inside it, which was not cruelty but simply the city being what it was, the great indifferent container in which real things happened between real people who had found each other in the ordinary chaos of being alive in the same place at the same time. She drove home. She went to the balcony. The herb pots were full now, October, and they were at their late-season peak. The parsley dense and dark, the tarragon feathery, the small leaves she had planted in spring fully themselves in the warm California autumn, green and honest and smelling, when she leaned close, of everything she had grown them for. She sat in the chair. She did not open her phone. She did not open the notebook, which was no longer in the bedside drawer, because there was nothing left to save for later. The notebook was in the restaurant now, on the shelf above the pass-through window, open to the first page, the name at the top visible to anyone who looked. She sat in the chair in the warm October night, and she smelled her herbs, and she listened to the city below, and she felt, entirely and without qualification, the specific and extraordinary peace of a person who has done what they came to do. Far away, the motorcycle sound was gone entirely now. Somewhere on Frenchman Street in New Orleans, the jasmine that Ruth had planted and tended for 30 years was still growing on the porch of the narrow shotgun house, climbing the left side in its patient and unstoppable way, filling the October night with its particular smell. And in a kitchen on Melrose Avenue, behind a locked door, above a clean stove, on a shelf above a pass-through window, a notebook sat open to its first page. The name at the top, written in the handwriting of a woman who had carried it for 11 years and was no longer afraid of it, Ruth's. And below the name, in smaller letters, the dedication that Delia had added on the day she signed the lease. Words she had written and then kept private for 4 months, and then decided, one morning in March, to put where anyone could see them. For Ruth, who taught me that the best food makes people remember something. For Simone, who taught me what to remember. Come in. You're just in time. Some things worth knowing, because real stories deserve real endings. Ruth's is still open. The walk-in table has not been empty on a single evening of service. Beverly and her husband Raymond Kwan come every second Sunday. Raymond always orders the gumbo first. Marcus Webb goes to Casa Adelante every Tuesday. A 19-year-old named Elijah, who did not talk much when he arrived, has started talking. He told Marcus last month that he wants to be a teacher. Marcus told him that was a very good thing to want to be. Ama's sweet potato dish is on the permanent menu. 3 food publications have described it, in varying language, as extraordinary. Ama has read each review once and gone back to work. Mariana is opening her own restaurant in 2025. The space is in Echo Park. Delia has agreed to consult on the kitchen design. The name is Esperanza's. It will have a walk-in table. Theo is her sous chef. Crispin is still at Ruth's. He will be there as long as he wants to be there, which is understood by everyone without being stated. Simone's case, Destiny in Inglewood, has moved into stable housing. She is enrolled in a community college nursing program. Simone went to her orientation. Roland Fitch removed the dress code from Vesper in February 2024. He has not announced this publicly or made it a story. He has simply stopped enforcing it. The food at Vesper remains extraordinary, because the new chef he hired, a young woman named Isabel who worked previously in a restaurant in Silver Lake, is extraordinary. Roland has started asking Isabel, in their weekly menu meetings, what the food remembers. He is learning to listen to the answer. The Norton Commando is still running. The BSA Lightning was completed in April 2024. Keanu rode it for the first time on a Tuesday morning. A long ride, north through the hills and back through the valley. The engine running with the particular satisfaction of something returned to what it was built to be. He thought, riding home, about Danny Osei in room 412 at Cedars-Sinai. Danny was discharged in January 2024. He is 8 years old and in the 2nd grade, and has a collection of Hot Wheels cars organized on a shelf in his bedroom by color. He still wants to be a motorcycle racer. Gerald the elephant is on the shelf beside the cars. He is 8 years old and in the 2nd grade, and has a collection of Hot Wheels cars organized on a shelf in his bedroom by color. He still wants to be a motorcycle racer. Gerald the elephant is on the shelf beside the cars. And on a Saturday morning in November 2024, Danny Osei's mother, a woman named Abena, who had sat in the chair beside her son's hospital bed for 11 weeks and had not once, not for a single day, stopped believing he would come home, made a reservation at a restaurant on Melrose Avenue in West Hollywood. She had heard about it from a nurse at Cedars-Sinai. The nurse had heard about it from a colleague. The colleague had heard about it from Beverly Kwan's daughter, who had heard about it on the evening of March 15th, when her mother called from the parking lot at 8 p.m. with the specific urgency of someone who has just eaten something that has rearranged their understanding of what food is for. Abina had been meaning to go for months. She had not gone because the months after Danny's discharge had been full of the particular busyness of returning to ordinary life after an extraordinary emergency. The follow-up appointments, the school re-enrollment, the careful daily monitoring of a child who was well, but who had been unwell long enough that wellness still felt like something that required watching, like a flame you were not yet certain would hold. But on this particular Saturday in November, the follow-up appointment had gone well, and the doctor had said words that Abina had been waiting to hear since the previous December, words that meant a certain level of watchfulness was no longer required, and she had sat in the parking lot of the medical center and cried for 7 minutes with the specific release of someone setting down a weight they had been carrying so long they had forgotten what it felt like not to have it. Then she had called her husband, Emmanuel, and said, "We're going to dinner tonight, all 3 of us, somewhere special." Emmanuel had said, "Where?" She had said the name she had been holding for months, Ruth's. They arrived at 6:30. Danny was in his good clothes, a blue button-down shirt that Emmanuel had ironed with the careful attention of a father who understood that some occasions required ironing, and his sneakers, because Abena had checked the restaurant's information and confirmed there was no dress code, and she had thought, reading this, that a place like that was exactly the kind of place she wanted to take her son for their first family dinner celebration of the fact that he was well. He was well. He walked through the door of Ruth's between his parents, holding Abina's hand with his left hand and Emmanuel's hand with his right, the way he had walked between them through every door since he was old enough to reach both their hands at once. And he looked at the room with the enormous dark eyes that had not changed through 11 weeks of illness, still completely awake, still paying close attention to everything, still storing all of it away for later. He looked at the mismatched chairs. He looked at the east-facing windows, dark now in the November evening, but holding in their large glass panes the reflection of the candlelight inside, which made the room appear to extend beyond its walls into a doubling of warmth. He looked at the walk-in table. There was a family at it, a grandmother and her adult daughter, and a small girl of about 4, who was coloring on a paper placemat with a red crayon, with the focused seriousness of a child who has been given a task she considers important. He looked at the wall. He read the words. He was 8 years old and in the 2nd grade, and had been reading since he was 4, because Abina had read to him every night of his life, until he could read himself, and then she had kept reading to him anyway, because they both liked it. He read, "Come in. You're just in time," he said, to his mother, without looking away from the wall. "We're just in time." Abena looked at the wall. She looked at her son. She said, "We are." Precious seated them at a table near the window. Not the walk-in table, which was taken, but a table that caught enough of the east-facing window's ambient warmth to feel connected to it. The light from the candle on the table mixing with the light from the street outside in a way that turned everything gold. Danny looked at the menu with the same gravity he had brought to everything, since Keanu Reeves had sat beside his hospital bed and told him about motorcycles. The gravity of a child who has been close enough to the edge of things to understand that paying attention is not optional, that the world deserves your full presence because you are lucky to be in it. He read every item. He read the descriptions carefully, the way his mother had taught him to read, not skimming, not looking for the familiar word and stopping there, but reading the whole sentence, the whole thing, before deciding what it meant. He said, "What's linguine?" Emmanuel said, "Pasta. Very good pasta." Danny considered this. He said, "I want that." Abena said, "What else?" He looked at the menu again. He said, "And the bread pudding. For after." He said it exactly the way Beverly Kwan's husband Raymond had said it on the first night, with the instinct of a person who has read a menu properly and understood what the ending of the meal should be. Precious wrote it down. She leaned toward Danny slightly and said, "Good choice. The bread pudding is the best thing we make." Danny looked at her seriously and said, "My mom said this whole place is the best thing." Precious looked at Abena. Abena said, "That's what I said." Precious smiled and went to the pass. In the kitchen, Delia received the ticket. She looked at it the way she always looked at every ticket, with the full attention of someone who understands that behind each order is a specific person with a specific history who has come through the door for a reason she may never know, and whose experience of what comes out of this kitchen will matter to them in ways she cannot predict. She made the linguine. She made it with the full cost of her attention, which was the same cost she gave every plate on every service, not more for special occasions, not less for ordinary ones. The same full cost every time, because the person receiving it always deserved the full cost, and the cook who gave less was lying to themselves about what the work required. The broth went in the bowl. The pasta nested in it. The clams were placed. The parsley was torn. She looked at the plate for 2 seconds. She called it. Amma carried it out, because Delia was at her station, and Amma had been doing more of the carrying lately. Not because Delia was pulling back, but because Amma was ready to be in the room, to be the face of the kitchen as much as the hands of it, to understand that cooking was only half of what the job required. Amma set the bowl in front of Danny Osei. He looked at it. He had never eaten linguine before. He had eaten pasta, the kind from the box, with the powdered cheese, which he liked very much, and which Emmanuel made on Wednesday evenings, because it was fast, and Danny had declared it his favorite meal at age 5, and had not yet changed his mind. This was different from that in every way that food can be different. He picked up his fork. He twirled it the way Emmanuel had shown him once, not well, but with genuine effort, the pasta winding around the tines in an approximate and completely sufficient spiral. He took a bite. He was quiet. He was 8 years old and had spent 11 weeks in a hospital bed and had come home and gone back to school and reorganized his Hot Wheels by color and told his parents every day since January that he felt fine. Actually, really, he felt completely fine, which was true, and which they were still carefully verifying every morning when he woke up, because love makes you cautious about the things it cannot afford to lose. He was quiet for a moment, the way Beverly Kwan had been quiet, the way Marcus had been quiet, the way everyone who ate Delia's linguine for the first time was quiet for a moment. The silence of a person receiving something through food that goes below the level of words. Then he said, "This is the best thing I've ever eaten." Abena and Emmanuel looked at each other over his head. Emmanuel said, "Better than Wednesday pasta?" Danny thought about this with genuine seriousness. He said, "Different. Wednesday pasta is the best Wednesday thing. This is the best." He paused, looking for the word. "The best special thing." Abena laughed. It was the laugh of a woman who had sat in a chair beside a hospital bed for 11 weeks and had come out the other side with her son and her husband and a table at a restaurant on a Saturday evening in November, and the laugh contained all of that, the weeks and the fear and the relief and the specific, irreducible beauty of sitting across a candlelit table from a child who is well and eating pasta and making careful distinctions between kinds of best. Emmanuel heard the laugh and reached across the table and put his hand over hers. Danny kept eating. Delia came out of the kitchen at 8 o'clock. She did this most evenings. A brief circuit of the room, not to check on things formally, but to simply be present in the space, to see the people in it, to remind herself regularly of what the work was for by standing in the room where the work arrived. She came out, and she saw the table by the window. She saw the man and the woman, and the boy in the blue button-down shirt, the boy with the enormous dark eyes, who was eating the last of his linguine, with the focused attention of someone extracting every possible benefit from a finite quantity of something excellent. She saw the woman's hand under the man's hand on the table. She saw the way the candlelight fell on all three of them. The family complete in its circle of light. The way families look when they are simply together, and know it, and are not taking it for granted. She walked to the table. She said, "How is everything?" The boy looked up. He said, immediately and with complete conviction, "This is the best special thing." Delia looked at him. She said, "I'm glad." A pause. "What's your name?" He said, "Danny." She said, "How old are you, Danny?" He said, 8. "I was in the hospital for a long time, but now I'm not." He said it the way children say true things. Directly, without drama, without the adult instinct to soften or frame or choose the right moment. Abena said, softly, "Danny." Delia said, "It's okay." She looked at Danny. She said, "I'm glad you're not in the hospital anymore." He said, "Me too." He looked at his bowl. "Can I have the bread pudding now?" Delia said, "You can." She went back to the kitchen. She made the bread pudding herself, the way she always made it. Ruth's recipe, the bread and the ratio, and the amount of vanilla measured in the pour of a hand that had made it enough times to carry the measurement without a tool. She made it, and she looked at it for 2 seconds, and she sent it out. Amma carried it to the table. Danny looked at it the way he had looked at the linguine, with the full attention of his enormous dark eyes, taking in the information of it before he touched it. He picked up his spoon. He took one bite. He set his spoon down. He looked at his mother. He said, "Mom." She said, "I know." He said, "I want to come back." She said, "We'll come back." He said, "Next week?" Emmanuel said, "We'll see." Danny picked up his spoon again. He ate the bread pudding with the same focused seriousness he brought to everything. The Hot Wheels collection, the motorcycle ambitions, the question of what it felt like to go really fast. And when it was gone, he looked at the empty bowl for a moment, the way you look at something when you are not yet ready to be done with it. Then he looked at the wall. He read it again. "Come in. You're just in time," he said, to no one in particular. To the candlelight and the warm room and the east-facing windows and the ivory letters painted by a school teacher in Inglewood who had practiced the capital C 41 times on butcher paper spread across a classroom floor. "We were just in time." Abena Osei cried in the car. Not immediately. She held it through the walk to the parking lot and through Emmanuel starting the engine, and through Danny's voice from the back seat asking if they could listen to the playlist with the songs he liked. The one on Emmanuel's phone, the one with the song about going fast that he had decided was his song. Emmanuel put on the playlist. The song came through the speakers, a driving, open-road song, the kind with a beat that feels like movement, like forward motion, like the road becoming a blur of possibility. Danny sang along to the parts he knew. Abena looked at him in the rearview mirror. His eyes were closed. He was singing, badly and happily, in the blue button-down shirt with the good Hot Wheels cars on the shelf at home, and Gerald the elephant beside them, and 11 weeks behind him, and the rest of his life in front of him, like a road he had not yet traveled. Abena looked at Emmanuel. Emmanuel looked at her. She cried, not from sadness. Not from anything that could be called sadness. From the full, released, overwhelming feeling of a thing you have prayed for being real. The specific and extraordinary experience of the prayer answered, the fear disproved. The child in the back seat singing badly and happily in the warm car on a November evening. Well, actually and completely well. Emmanuel drove. Danny sang. Abena put her hand over her mouth and cried, and looked at her son in the mirror and thought, without words, without anything more specific than the feeling itself, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." She did not know about Keanu Reeves. She did not know about the evening of October 12, 2023, or the man in the dark jeans turned away at the door of a different restaurant, or the quiet nod, or the ride home through the warm night, or the taco truck on Sunset, or the coffee in the Hollywood Hills kitchen, or the block acquired through a private entity no one could trace, or the lease at below market rate, or the walk-in table, or the notebook in the bedside drawer carried for 11 years. She did not know about Marcus Webb or Simone Marsh, or Giselle painting the letters on the wall, or Crispin's song, or Beverly Kwan calling her daughter from the parking lot, or David Park's text arriving on a December balcony. She did not know any of it. She knew only what she needed to know, which was what everyone who walked through the door of Ruth's knew. The table was theirs. The food was extraordinary. The wall said they were just in time, and the person who made the food cared what happened to them when they ate it. That was enough. That was, in fact, everything. On the morning of November 23, 2024, a Saturday, the day after the Osei family's dinner, Danny went to his bedroom after breakfast and stood in front of his shelf. He looked at the Hot Wheels cars, organized by color. He looked at Gerald the elephant. He moved Gerald from the corner of the shelf to the center, between the red cars and the blue ones, because Gerald was the most important thing on the shelf, and the most important thing should be at the center. He stood back and looked at the new arrangement. He decided it was correct. He went to the kitchen where Abena was making tea and said, "Mom, can I tell you something?" She said, "Always." He said, "Last night, at the restaurant, the words on the wall." She said, "What about them?" He said, "I think they're true." She looked at him over her tea. She said, "I think so too." He said, "Because we were just in time. For everything. For the hospital and coming home, and dinner last night. We were just in time for all of it." Abena set down her tea. She looked at her son, 8 years old, second grade, Hot Wheels collection reorganized, Gerald relocated to the center of the shelf, motorcycle ambitions intact, enormous dark eyes completely awake, and paying full attention to the world he was lucky to be in. She said, "Yes, baby. We were just in time." He nodded, satisfied, and went back to his room. She stood in the kitchen and thought about a restaurant on Melrose Avenue, and the words on its wall, and the person who had made the food, and the chain of people and events that had produced the place, and the evening, and the bread pudding that her son had declared the best special thing. She thought about the chain without knowing all of it, without knowing most of it, but feeling it, the way you feel the existence of a thing even when you cannot see its full shape. She thought, someone made something good, and it found us, and we needed it, and we were just in time. She picked up her tea. She thought she would call and make a reservation for next month. She thought she would bring her mother. The morning light came through the east-facing windows of Ruth's at 7:04 a.m. The restaurant was not yet open. The kitchen was not yet running. The chairs were still on the tables from the previous evening's close. The candles burned down to their stubs. The room in its nighttime form, quiet, suspended, full of the accumulated warmth of all the evenings it had held, and holding it still, waiting for the morning to begin. The light came through the windows the way it always came, without announcement, without condition, the same for the empty room as it would be for the full one. The same generous warmth falling on the empty chairs, and the unlit candles, and the walk-in table set for two, with its small card that said, "This table is yours." The light fell on the wall behind the counter. It fell on the ivory letters. "Come in. You're just in time." It fell on the notebook, open on the shelf above the pass-through window, the first page visible from across the room, the name at the top in the handwriting of a woman who had carried it for 11 years and was no longer afraid of it. Ruth's. It fell on the shelf where the notebook sat, and on the pan hanging above the station, and on the stool where Amma would sit in an hour to go over the day's prep list with the focused attention she brought to everything, and on the spot where Crispin's towels would be arranged in their specific configuration, and on the pass-through window where the tickets would hang through the evening service. One after another, each one a person, each person a story, each story arriving at this room because of a chain of events that had begun with a door closed and ended with a door opened, and had never, not for a single moment of the year between those two doors, required anything of the people who walked through it except their presence. Just their presence. Just the act of arriving. Just the willingness to come through the door. Which was, and had always been, enough. Which was, and had always been, the whole point. The morning light moved through the room. The room held it. The day began. The story you have just read is fiction, built carefully around real things. Real. Keanu Reeves's documented generosity toward production crews, his quiet visits to hospitals, his support of children's cancer research, his grief, his motorcycles, his extraordinary and consistent decency, as reported by hundreds of people who have encountered him without cameras present. Real. Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, on Beverly Boulevard in Los Angeles. Melrose Avenue in West Hollywood. The Norton Commando motorcycle. The BSA Lightning. The fact that Keanu Reeves has, for decades, moved through the world with a quality of ordinary human presence that his level of fame almost never permits, and that the people who encounter him in that ordinary mode tend to describe the same thing: a man who is simply, genuinely, unremarkably there. Real. The truth that small indignities, performed publicly and without necessity, have consequences their performers do not anticipate. The truth that the people who make extraordinary things are often not the people who own the rooms those things happen in. The truth that grace does not arrive on schedule. Fictional. Roland Fitch, Vesper, Delia Marsh, Ruth, Simone, Marcus Webb, David Park, Giselle, Petra Vance, Theo, Mariana, Crispin, Amma, Ben, Precious, Beverly and Raymond Kwan, Danny and Abina and Emmanuel Osei, and all other named characters. The walk-in table, fictional in origin, real in principle. There are restaurants in Los Angeles and everywhere else where the table is always set and the door means what it says, and the only thing required of the person walking through it is that they showed up. The words on the wall, "Come in, you're just in time." Fictional in this story's context. True everywhere. And that is the story of a man in dark jeans, a woman with a dream in a drawer, and a restaurant that told everyone who walked through its door that they were exactly on time. Before you go, drop a comment right now and tell us where you are watching from. It could be a small town nobody has heard of, or one of the biggest cities in the world. We read every single one. And every time someone shares where they are from, this little corner of the internet feels a little more like that walk-in table at Ruth's. A place where everyone belongs, no reservation required. If this story moved you even a little, if it made you think about the doors you open for people, or the dreams you have been keeping in a drawer, or the quiet power of a single nod and a thank you in the face of something unkind, please hit the like button right now. It takes 1 second, but it tells the world that stories about decency and grace and the courage to finally say the name out loud are worth sharing. And if you believe, the way we believe, that kindness is not weakness, that patience is not passivity, and that the right door built for the right reason can change more lives than anyone ever planned, then subscribe to this channel. Every single video we make is built around that idea. Real stories, real people, real moments where someone chose to do the thing that was harder and better and more human. Spread kindness. That is the whole mission. That is the only reason we are here. And right now, appearing on your screen, is a video we think you are going to love just as much as this one. Click it. You are just in time.